A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Why, hello there, ladies. I'm glad you dropped in today because I'm about to give you a real wash day demonstration.
What? What do you know about washing clothes?
Oh, plenty. You see, I'm an expert on Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap.
Well, what's so amazing about it?
Oh, Does all three kinds of wash. Dirty work shirts, greasy towels, the colored rayon slips.
You mean this does everything?
That's exactly what I do mean. Now, just watch me, and I'll show you what Does can do. Now, first, here's a piece of rayon slip. See how soiled and dull it looks?
Yes.
Now, here's a piece of that same rayon washed in new Does.
My, look how bright it is. Yes, nice and soft, too.
Okay, well, now, next, look at this piece of dirty overall.
What? That's even dirtier than my husband gets his.
Now, here's a piece of that very same overall washed in Does. See how clean it is?
Wonderful. Well, but doesn't it take a lot of scrubbing?
Not with Does. There's no soap made. Gets clothes clean easier than you Does. But look, ladies, here's the crowning test of what wonders Does does. Look at this piece of grimy towel.
Why, it's almost black.
You bet. And here's a piece of that same towel washed in Does. Look at that snowy whiteness.
It's marvelous. Just dazzling white.
Yes, Does will give you the genuine whiteness you want. Why, you've never seen whiter washes than you'll get with Does.
Say, this Does is amazing.
Sure it is. You can tell the difference in Does right in the start.
How's that?
Why, if you've been using any of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps in your machine, you'll find Does makes more suds even in hardest water. Suds that spring up faster and last longer. You see, Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z Does, and next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, poor Seymour can't make head nor tail out of what's happening to Rosie. First, she wants to go to the movies, and then when she gets there, she won't go in. And then when she gets home, she's too tired to do anything. And suddenly she has enough energy to go see Dr. Cater with Molly and Jake. The reason? Well, it seems as if Rosie would like to be wherever Walter Jerome is. Walter started for the movies, but wound up at Dr. Cater's. And evidently, so will Rosie. And so Seymour watches Rosie miraculously recover her energy. And puzzled and heavy-hearted, he leaves the Goldbergs on their way to Dr. Cater's and goes off alone.
If we are going to Dr. Cater's house, so let's go.
We're ready. I'm all ready. Come, Rosalie, button your neck before we go. Why didn't Seymour want to come with us to Dr. Cater's and hear Orion and Chris's letter from their honeymoon location? He told you he wanted to write a letter to his mother. Oh. So that's where we're going. I don't know. I like Seymour. I like him too, but...
He's a good boy.
He's a very good boy. Why are you telling me that, Ma? I know he's a very good boy.
He said you were so tired, Rosie. The Mama asked you to...
I thought a little air would make me feel better. Don't you want me to come? Is there any reason why I shouldn't? No, there's no reason. After all, Seymour isn't exactly my idea of... Well, he wouldn't expect me to... After all what? Well, he did ask me to go to the movies. Who? Walter.
Who was talking about Walter?
Well, I just thought that you didn't want me to go over to Dr. Cater's because Walter Jerome was over there, and you thought I was going over just because he was there. And even if I was, which I'm not, it would be perfectly human and perfectly natural. Even Luella Willoughby said that he was the most exciting male that ever stepped his foot into Glastonbury. So even if I was going over there just because Walter Jerome was there, Rosa, please.
Close the meeting.
But I'm not going over to see Walter Jerome. I just said that you might think so, but even if I was, and I might see Luella Willoughby, and you know the way she is. Even she thinks that Walter seems like a very nice boy, and if he's good enough to be Sandy's friend, then he's good enough for me to know him. Not that I want to appear.
Of course, the smartest thing and the safest thing for Rosie to say would be nothing. As it is, she knows, and Molly knows, and Jake knows why she suddenly lost all her weariness. And the reason for the loss is in Dr. Cater's living room in front of the fire talking to Chris's father.
Yes, Sandy, Dr. Cater. You must start looking up the exact meaning of nature.
Oh, that.
Yes. Oh, that. I couldn't make head or tail of that conversation you boys were having on the meaning of nature. How many meanings has the word got?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to Sammy. It has more than one meaning. How are you making out, Sammy?
I'm looking up the word nature in the botanical.
You know, nature's a queer word. It means human nature, and it means character, and it means essence, the spirit of things. And most of all, it means existence. And we were talking, using one meaning and then another.
Yes, most people disagree because they use the same word with different meanings, as in love. Now, there's another word of many meanings. A lover's quarrel, Walt, is a lesson in romantic misunderstanding. You like it here?
Yes, very much, Dr. Cater.
Good.
I only hope I'm not in the way.
Well, of course not.
I was surprised when Chris asked me to come up here and stay with you, but I think I'm beginning to know why.
I think it'll do you good.
Did he tell you everything?
Yes, everything. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not.
I'll answer. I hope I don't have to go out tonight. It's too cold. Hello? Yes? Oh, just a minute. For you, Walter.
For me?
Yes, long distance.
Oh.
Here, take it.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, I'll hold on. Oh, hello, Mother. I'm fine. Everything's wonderful here. Dr. Cater got married, and I went to the wedding. A lovely bride. I'm awfully glad you called. Who? Norma. Why, is she at the house? Oh, but... Well, I suppose I should. I'll speak to her. Hello, Norma. How are you? I miss you, too. Yes. What? Well, when? She didn't say anything to me. Yes. Will you let me speak to my mother again? All right. I was going to, but... Hello, Mother. Mother, why do you have to come up here right away? Well, I just got here. I assure you I'm getting on fine. I don't need any extra supervision. Yes? Well, I'll let you know when. I'm not angry. But there's no reason to treat me as if I were ill. I'm not ill. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything. Where's Dad? Tell him I'm fine. And I'm sorry, Mother. Goodbye. She's starting all over again. I haven't been up here 2 days, and the pressure is on again. I don't see why.
Sit down, Walter. Now, most of that was unnecessary, and certainly Norma had nothing to do with it.
I didn't mean to say anything to Norma. I like her very much. I may even marry her someday. But I don't like the way my mother's always planning to get things done for me, the way she wants them done. I don't like the minute, detailed supervision of my life, as if I were a product resulting from an industrial process.
Well, you can't solve it by anger.
Well, she does everything that way, as if life were just an advertising plan. It may have brought a great success in business, but it certainly turned our home into a failure. And it's not going to do the same for me.
Ah, that must be the Goldbergs.
Oh. Well, I don't feel like seeing anybody this minute. I'll be back in a little while.
All right. Come in, come in. Well, you're okay. That's fine. Come in. The Vincent still hangs on.
I love it.
Come in, sit down.
Thank you very much. Where's Sammy?
He's in the study.
Oh, and the stud is my family with books.
Like a bee finds funny. That's how Fanny finds books.
Oh, Dr. K, to be so anxious to hear all the Chris's letter for the honeymoon location. Is it all right if I go into the study? Don't you want to hear the letter, Rosalie? Oh, yes, sure. Oh, Pamela? Oh, darling. I was telling Dr. K that you with books. And Papa said like honey with bees.
Where's Walter?
He's inside.
Are they going to hear the letter or not, Dr. Cater?
Walter heard the letter?
Yes.
Sit here, Rosie.
Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Open your neck.
Everybody all right?
Well, you're so anxious.
Well, here it is.
Let me get it.
Dear Dad,
Good,
your son is happy.
oh, man.
Incredibly.
Incredible.
Oriane says it's incredible that I admit it. The world falls crumbling from our hands each hour. Love, Chris.
That's all?
That's all.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That's all I was expecting. Where are you going, Rosalie? Get my handkerchief, Mom. Well, here's mine. No, I'll get mine. It's all right. I'll get mine now. Oh, excuse me. I didn't notice that you were in here.
Come in.
Wasn't Orient and Chris' letter beautiful?
Yes. Did you recognize the quotation? The world falls crumbling from our hands each hour.
No, I...
From Antony and Cleopatra by Dryden.
Oh.
People haven't changed in all these hundreds of years when it comes to love, have they?
Well...
It's the one good thing in human life that hasn't.
Yes.
Give me liberty and give me love. Don't you think so?
Oh, well, yes, I do. Yes.
Rosie stands facing this young man with her heart chattering away like mad, wondering what he feels. But Walter's thoughts are far, far away. Say, did you know that at last something's been done to bring dishwashing up to date? Yep, there's no more need to struggle with those old-fashioned halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps, because they don't have real speed. And those tough granulated soaps, because they fall short on safety for your hands. Well, the answer to such halfway soaps is you Does. Get that new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe you me, Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness to your hands. Just notice how soft and smooth your hands feel after you do dishes with Does. Why, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet Does feeds through dishes like a whirlwind. There's no hard scouring, not even to cut tough grease. Yes, Does really has everything for dishes. Just you try it tonight and let those busy suds tell you how really different Does is. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Like many other single young women, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has often dreamed of having someone with whom to share a home as well as her joys and sorrows. Sometimes, though, the realization doesn't quite seem like the dream.
How true that is. Although I now have someone with whom to share a home as well as my joys and sorrows, the person in my dream is built much differently than my landlady, Mrs. Davis. But she's a sweet old soul, and she'll just have to do until someone tall, dark, and Mr. Boynton comes along. Last Thursday at breakfast, I had reason to feel that I might become a permanent tenant. But before I could air my complaint, Mrs. Davis mentioned something that was on her mind.
Wasn't that a terrible storm last night, Connie? I hardly slept a wink.
Me either, Mrs. Davis. In fact, I was soaked to the skin.
Oh, that's too bad, dear. Why didn't you carry an umbrella with you?
I don't know. I'm eccentric, I guess. I haven't taken an umbrella to bed with me in years.
To bed with you? Your room is right under the leak in our roof, isn't it? Frankly, dear, I intended covering that roof with the rent money you owe me.
Wouldn't the rain soak right through it? Oh, you mean you could get the roof repaired if I pay what I owe?
Exactly. With your 5 weeks back rent, I can get the entire roof done over.
Oh, but I haven't got that much, Mrs. Davis.
Well, how much can you afford?
Enough for a cheap sponge. But couldn't we discuss the rent after I've finished this oatmeal? Frankly, I'm in something of a mess again.
Well, it's your own fault, dear. You should sit closer to the table when you eat.
No, that's not what I had in mind. It's got to do with Mr. Conklin. Our beloved principal is seriously considering discontinuing football at Madison.
Really? And since when have you been so vitally interested in football?
Why, Mrs. Davis, how could I fail to be vitally interested in a sport that teaches young men sportsmanship, builds their competitive spirit, demonstrates the value of cooperative effort?
Oh, of course. You go to the game every Saturday with Mr. Boynton.
That covers it very neatly.
Why is Mr. Conklin thinking of canceling football?
Because of a few minor injuries that some finicky parents have complained about. It all came to a head last Saturday. In the game with Oakhurst, our quarterback was tripped and suffered a sprained ankle. Then there were 4 bloody noses on our team.
4 bloody noses? How did that happen?
In the fight over the sprained ankle. Well, I'd better get ready to leave now. Mr. Boynton's picking me up this morning instead of Walter Denton.
How come, Connie?
Mr. Boynton's got a brand new used car to try out today. If he likes it, the dealer says he'll give him a good buy on it.
Well, that's an interesting development. If he does buy it, you may have a brand new chauffeur to drive you to school every day.
Not so loud, Mrs. Davis. You'll put the whammy on it.
Well, Miss Brooks, how do you like her?
Fine, Mr. Boynton. It's a very nice car.
Well, of course, it isn't the most flashy automobile in the world, but tell the truth. Have you ever heard a motor like this one?
Not since I was a child. That is, I'm sure it'll be perfect transportation, and after all, that's what you... Why, Mr. Boynton.
What's the matter, Miss Brooks? Oh, one of the springs came through the upholstery right next to it.
Oh. Well, there goes the shortest daydream I've ever had. I'd better shove this spring back down.
Ooh.
Why, Mr. Boynton, how tall you are.
One of those darn springs came up under me. Press on my shoulders, will you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, with pleasure. There you go, Mr. Boynton. How's that?
Oh, fine. Thanks. Say, what do you think of Mr. Conklin's attitude toward football this season?
Oh, I think it's deplorable. Making all that fuss over a few slight bruises.
According to Walter Denton, Mr. Conklin says if there's one more injury to a football player, he's canceling the sport for the remainder of the year. Just think what that would mean to the kids on the team. Not to mention the student body.
Not to mention the teachers. I don't know what I'd do with my Saturdays if there weren't any football games.
Me either. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
You can take your arms off my shoulders now. I'm down.
What? Oh, that's where I left them. I wondered why my lap felt so light. Hello, Harry.
Wasn't that Mr. Boynton who just dropped you in front of school?
Like a hot potato. That is, he's finding a place to park.
Oh,
I'm waiting for my love boat, too.
Walter Denton?
Yes. He sailed into Daddy's office about 30 seconds ago.
And you should only have about 30 to wait until he comes sailing out.
Oh, I think Daddy will give him a break this morning. The storm raised half the roof off our house last night, and Daddy called Walter and had him bring over some of the kids in shop class to begin repairing it.
But, Harriet, wouldn't the authorities frown on your father drafting student labor to fix his personal property?
Who'd tell on him?
I withdraw the question. What's Walter doing in his office now?
He's trying to talk Daddy into changing his mind about canceling football. As manager of the team, Walter's got a lot at stake.
He's not the only one. I wish I knew how he was doing in there.
That's my final decision, Denton. Now get out and stay out!
That sounds promising.
Don't worry, Walter. You tried your best.
What did Mr. Conklin say before you parted company, Walter?
It's not fit for ladies' ears.
You mean the edict stand?
Yeah, as of yesterday at 3 o'clock, if any player's injured on the football field, from that time forward, the sport is discontinued.
Well, cheer up, Walter. Maybe there won't be any more injuries.
That's right. Why look on the gloomy side of things? After all, wait a minute. Isn't that Madison star fullback, Stretch Snodgrass, limping toward us?
Limping toward us?
Limping toward us?
Motion carried. He's limping toward us. Say, he's badly hurt. He looks like he's in pain.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Miss Brooks. That's just an expression he wears because he's not overly bright.
Hi, Stretch. What's the matter with you?
Hi, Harriet. I think I tore a ligament.
A ligament?
That's right, Miss Brooks. It's either a ligament or a tendon.
Tendon. Oh, I hope it isn't causing you too much pain.
Hey, Stretch, how did it happen? And when?
This morning at early football practice.
That does it. Tear down the grandstand.
Wait, just a minute. Are you sure you've hurt your leg badly, Stretch?
Oh, look at my ankle. Under the bandage, it's twice the size it usually is. I ought to go home and rest this foot if I'm going to play any more ball this month.
But, Stretch, if Daddy hears about this, nobody will play any more ball any month.
I don't understand.
As your English teacher, Stretch, perhaps I can clarify Harriet's statement for you. What she meant was that if Mr. Conklin hears about your injury, nobody will play no more ball, no month, no how. Well, we managed to keep Stretch Snodgrass hidden all morning. And by noon, the Board of Strategy hit upon a plan that we hoped would keep our beloved principal from enforcing his ban on football, even if he did discover Stretch's injury. The plan started when I delivered his lunch tray to Mr. Conklin. When he saw me standing before him in his office, his reaction was immediate.
Ah! Why are you bringing my lunch today?
If it'll put your mind at ease, I'll taste everything first.
Won't be necessary, Miss Brooks. I don't think.
Please, Mr. Conklin, all I want...
All you want is to apply a thin coating of oil to me before making some outlandish request or other. I've had this treatment from you too often in the past, Miss Brooks, not to recognize it when it starts.
But, sir...
I saw that lame-brained Denton mooning around this morning, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he had prevailed upon you to ask me to reconsider my edict to banish football in the event of another injury.
Wouldn't you be even a little surprised? I mean, you shouldn't get upset, Mr. Conklin.
How can I help getting upset? Nobody understands my position. When a boy is injured playing football, who gets the blame? The opposing team?
No.
No. Do they blame the coach?
No.
No. They blame one person and one person only.
You.
And you know who that person is?
You.
I'll tell you who it is, Miss Brooks.
You.
It's me, that's who it is.
You?
Yes, me. And it has got to stop.
Oh, please, sir, remember your blood pressure. This aggravation is very bad for your digestion.
Never mind my digestion. These harassments from parents must cease. One and for all.
Please, sir, stop pounding. pounding your desk like that. Look, you never noticed the nice pie I brought you. It's deep dish apple pie, Miss Conklin. Go ahead, eat it right now.
Don't tell me to stop pounding my desk. I'll pound it as much as I like. And I'll eat this applesauce when I'm ready.
All I was trying to tell you, Miss Conklin, was that I agree wholeheartedly with your stand in this matter.
You mean you concur in my opinion that football should be abolished after the next accident?
Even before. What do you care what some people say your real motives are?
Well, I'm glad you agree that what some people say my real motives are. Who impugned my motives, Miss Brooks?
Oh, please, sir. Surely a gentleman like yourself wouldn't take stock in any remarks that a rival principal like Jason Brill might make.
Jason Brill? What did he say?
Oh, it was just a chance meeting, Mr. Conklin. It was something about your canceling football, not because of injuries, but because you were afraid of the beating Madison would take from his Clay City boys.
So that's what he thinks. Is that all he said, Miss Brooks?
Well, frankly, sir, I didn't want to stand around after he referred to you as a scared rabbit.
Brill referred to me as a scared rabbit?
Well, no, those weren't his exact words, Miss Conklin, but due to your high-strung temperament, I thought it best to substitute scared rabbit for lily-livered lout.
What? I'll show him who's a scared rabbit. I'll make him a wager right now that Madison High can field 11 batted substitutes and make his Clay City Oves look like Miss Brooks. Just when did you encounter Mr. Brill?
When? We met last night on our way out of the movies. That's why the conversation was so fresh in my memory.
Last night, Well, now I know you had an ulterior purpose in coming into my office. It just so happens, Miss Buttinsky, that Jason Brill and I spent all of last evening at a special meeting called by the board.
It was a great fight, Mom. I'll be home early.
Hey, Miss Brooks, can I talk to you for a minute before you go into your class?
Certainly, Walter.
Well, how'd you make out with old Marblehead? How's your meeting with Mr. Conklin?
Well, I wouldn't call it eminently satisfactory, Walter.
Oh, what would you call it?
A flop. He spent last night at the board meeting with Mr. Brill, so the story backfired. We're on borrowed time, Walter. Even if he doesn't find out about the injury today, he'll hear about it from Stretch's mother tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks pretty hopeless. Oh, gosh, if only Stretch didn't get himself clobbered on the football field. Now, that's what Mr. Conklin's making such a big stink.
Oh, wait a minute, Walter. You've just given me an idea. If Stretch had an accident, just a teeny one, mind you, say in a car, Mr. Conklin couldn't blame it on football at all.
Oh, you mean we tell Stretch to keep his mouth shut, and then we take him home this afternoon, and on the way we fake a crash, and he limps out of it with a sprained ankle?
Walter, you're a natural-born conspirator.
Thanks. Want to use my car?
No, that might make Mr. Conklin suspicious. I'll get the keys to the car Mr. Boynton's trying out. That looks like it's been in an accident already. Of course, we mustn't tell Mr. Boynton why we want it. As a teacher, his code of ethics wouldn't permit him to join in such a plot.
Oh, what about you? You're a teacher.
Yeah. Well, see you in the parking lot right after school.
You better get in back, Stretch, old boy. Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks, Walter.
Just a minute, Stretch. Roll your trouser leg down over that bandage. We don't want anybody to see you're hurt before we take you home.
Yeah, I'll do it. Ah, there we are. Now, in you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll sit in back with you, pal. Now, let's go, Miss Brooks.
Before we do, Walter, have you explained the details of our little plan to Stretch?
Oh, well, there wasn't much time after our last class, Miss Brooks, so I just gave him a sort of a cursory briefing.
I see. What did Walter tell you, Stretch?
Well, it's like he says, Miss Brooks. He just cursed me briefly.
Well, it doesn't matter, as long as we get you home without anybody
I beg your pardon.
to be continued. Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, are you about to drive somewhere?
A drive? Yes, sir. I was about to give Walter and Stretch a ride home.
But doesn't Walter drive his own car?
Yes, but
I
he's in
lent
the
it
shop
to a friend.
today.
What's that?
I mean,
it's in
lent
the
it to
shop
a friend.
today.
What is all this anyway?
Well, they're just giving me a lift home, Mr. Conklin.
I see. Why aren't you on the field practicing, Snodgrass? You're Madison's best fullback, aren't you?
Oh, he's a little overtrained, Mr. Conklin. The coach thought he ought to let up for a few days.
Besides, Stretch's father owns a pet shop, you know, and he needs his help very badly today.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, if you'll excuse us, Mr. Conklin.
Not so fast, young woman. I was about to suggest that since my wife and daughter are using our car for some shopping today, I would like to ride along home with you.
With us? Oh, but Mr. Conklin, you'd be very uncomfortable jammed in here with us.
This is a 6-passenger car, Miss Brooks, and I can only count 3 heads in it so far.
Are you sure you've counted all of Stretch's? I mean, there's no use in our sitting on top of each other.
What do you mean on top of each other? I'll sit in front with you, Miss Brooks, and the boys can remain where they are.
But, sir...
After you, Miss Brooks.
You certainly are. Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
Ah, well, it's a lovely day for a ride, isn't it?
Yes, it was, isn't it? Oh, dear, I'm supposed to turn here.
Look out! Look out. You almost drove up on that curb.
Don't worry, Mr. Conklin. I'll make it next time. I'm a little nervous today. I guess it's because I'm not used to this car. Let's see now. I'd better pull over to the side and test the emergency brake. All ready and back?
Yeah, all set, Miss Brooks.
What are you doing? Watch out for that hydrant, Miss Brooks. Well, the brakes certainly work all right. You hardly touched that hydrant.
Stretch, speak to me. It's me, Stretch, your old pal Walter. He's still conscious, Stretch.
Is he still what?
Poor kid. He's been hurt.
Hurt? But we barely nudged that hydrant.
You want to help me get him out of the car, Miss Brooks?
Right, Walter. Now tell me, where did it get you, Stretch? It was your leg, wasn't it?
Yeah, my leg.
Yeah, well, try to walk on it. Let's see if it'll support you.
What's going on here?
Oh, it hurts. Look at me, everybody. Oh, I'm limping. Look at me.
Yeah, look at him.
But what happened to your leg?
I think I pulled a tendon.
Which leg is it, Stretch?
My right one. I can hardly walk on it.
Oh, but this is absurd. You couldn't possibly have hurt your leg in such a slight collision.
Oh, I couldn't, huh? Just a minute, Mr. Conklin. There. If my leg ain't hurt, then what is that bandage doing on it?
Bandage? You mean your leg was bandaged before the accident?
Of course. He's driven with me before.
I know the reason for all this chicanery. Snodgrass must have sprained his ankle in football practice this morning. And since my edict was issued yesterday afternoon, football is hereby abolished at Madison High School.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, you don't know that he hurt his ankle in practice. It could have happened anywhere. Why, it even could have happened when Stretch fell off your roof while helping repair it this morning.
What do you mean could have happened? That's exactly how Stretch did sprain his ankle.
He did?
I did?
Of course you did. And Walter was there to watch you bounce, weren't you, Walter?
It was pitiful.
That's all anybody has done so far.
Mr. Conklin, is it or is it not against the board rules to conscript student labor for a private enterprise off school property?
It's like this, Your Honor. What the board doesn't know won't hurt them.
But if they find out...
And who, may I ask, would tell them?
Me?
What? But that's
blackmail. Of course, we're pretty broad-minded about human failings. If, for instance, Mr. Conklin were to admit that he made a mistake with his football ban, we'd forget the whole thing, wouldn't we, fellas?
The ban stands. Osgood Conklin never makes a mistake.
Walter, you're the editor of the Madison Monitor, right?
Right. Oh, I can see the headline now. Star fullback injured and falls from principal's roof.
And how about the subhead? Eyewitnesses claim youth was tripped by Prexy.
Tripped? Look, let's talk this thing over. Anybody can make a mistake. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Football is hereby restored to Madison High School.
Oh, hot dog!
Miss Brooks, you've done it again.
Oh, please, Stretch, I did it again.
I don't blame you for bragging.
Hey, Miss Brooks, we've got to reciprocate. I'm going to get the shop class to repair the roof over your room tomorrow.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Walter, but at lunch today, Mr. Boynton promised he'd work on it tonight. You see, it's worn down pretty thin, and it's quite shaky.
Oh, you mean there's danger of Mr. Boynton falling right through?
Well, I can't be positive, but let's keep our fingers crossed. Well, later that night, much to my surprise, Mr. Boynton actually went to work on the roof. And as he repaired it, I sat up there with him and told him the entire story of how we had fooled Mr. Conklin that afternoon.
Yes, that is quite a story, Miss Brooks. When all seemed lost, Walter thought...
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, but he got his clothes real bright and clean 'cause he used Tide in his wash machine. T-I-D-D-I.
That's right. From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents the Vic Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, Dave Rose, and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Devil Gets Loose, and it stars as Junior MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
I don't know if you know it or heard about it, but I caught the devil 3 weeks ago. I tricked him, and now everybody in the world is good, you know. You know, I used to do things not to be bad, but just because to get a little attention. Now, like the time I came running in from playing out in a big open field, you know.
Now, what have I told you about slamming the door?
Look.
What's all the excitement?
I was out playing, and I found a whole lot of milk bottles. Milk bottles.
Well, what's that to get excited about?
Well, wouldn't you be excited if you found a cow's nest?
Oh, I'll be glad when you go to school.
Yeah, me too. Pop's catching up with me. You know.
Well, go wash.
Well, ain't you going to kiss me?
I said go wash.
You see what I mean? They just didn't love me. In fact, sometimes my mummy would look at me, then get up and walk over to me, Pop, and punch him right in the nose. I know what I will do. I'm going to get a little affection around here. I'm going to wash my hands. I'll turn on this hot faucet. H-O-T. Oh, I scalded my fingers. I scalded my fingers.
How could you? There's no hot water.
I froze me fingers.
Junior, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. At times I believe you're one of the devil's helpers.
Devil's helpers? Yes. Now, that's what she was always saying to me. You is one of the devil's helpers. So I said to myself, if I is one of his helpers, how come I never sees him? And there he was. He had on a red suit, a pitchfork, and a tail, and he told me that he could only lose his wicked power if someone outsmarted him. Well, I told him I wanted to go with him. He went in the closet to get my suitcase, and I slammed the door. Come here, I'm going to let you talk to him. Come here. Hey, you red demon, are you still in there?
Yes, but mark my word, wise one.
You dance, huh?
I will trick you, or my name is not Satan.
The devil, you say.
Tell me, friend, how long do you intend to keep me in here?
Oh, I don't know. Let's put it this way. Here's a pair of ice skates. Now, you take it from there. Until it freezes over, boy.
Junior?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, little boy. I thought you were Junior.
It's me? Since I captured the old devil, I've been washing regular, tied in water,
Yes, I know. You've been such a good boy that I haven't had to spank you for 3 weeks.
All of me calluses are gone. Papa hasn't spanked me either, but I will admit it, it's kind of bored.
Really?
Yes, when I'm not good enough.
Well, Junior, tell me. Would you like a little brother or sister to play with?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd just soon have the pony.
Tell me, is the devil still in the closet?
Yeah, he's still here.
Junior, my dear friend.
Listen to him.
If you will open the door, I'll see that you get the finest pony that ever pranced on 4 hooves.
A black and white one?
Yes.
With a silver saddle?
Yes.
With a Hopalong Cassidy suit?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a Roy Rogers fan. Boy, you's out of business, boy.
Well, if I'm going out of business, maybe you would sell the tools I've been working with.
What tools?
Hatred, envy, deceit.
No.
They can be sold. The price is very low.
Not interested, kiddo, not interested.
Look, here is my prize implement. Very few know about it.
Let me see it.
All right. Open the door.
Okay, I'm going to see what the devil... Oh, no, boy. I'm not opening that door. You describe it to me.
Very well. It's a wedge-shaped tool. Quite worn. It's called discouragement.
Discouragement?
I peddled it at a very high price.
Oh, why do it sell for so much?
Because it's more useful to me than any other of my tools.
You tell.
And now that you've stepped into my shoes, you should know about it.
Oh?
I can pry open and get inside man's consciousness with it.
Oh, it can.
I use this on nearly everybody.
You tell.
Very few people realize it belongs to me. Very few realize it belongs to me.
Well, let's not get sickening about this.
You little brat, let me out of here. Or mark my word, my helpers will come to my rescue.
Ah.
Why did I allow myself to be tricked?
Why, it sounds like he's crying.
Well, I'm not going to open that door to find out. Hey, devil, are you sad?
Yes. So sad. So awfully sad.
Now, I know I got the devil in that closet because even his acting is bad. Well, if you is sad, here's some Dave Rose music that he's going to play for you. It's My Heart Cries for You.
Tide we do. There's Mom and Pop and Uncle John. And all of us kids too. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap? Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, your whole family wears the cleanest clothes in town when you use Tide in your washing machine. How do we know? Laboratory tests. Tests against this soap, that soap, every one you can think of. Most likely every one you've ever used. And how does Tide stack up against them? Well, just listen to this. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Yes, we've got the facts and figures to prove it. But you've got even better. You've got the cleaner print dresses your little daughter wears. The cleaner dungarees on that youngster of yours. So, lady, remember this next wash day. When you take a Tide wash out of the rinse tub and hang it up, well, you've got yourself the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Hey, Rod.
Yeah?
I just heard that a lot of people are going to try to talk Junior into letting the devil out of the closet.
Well, we got Deadeye and Cauliflower acting as bodyguards.
Yeah, but turn on the television. I want you to see how the world has really changed since this.
And now a talk by the president of the California Chamber of Commerce.
As president of the California Chamber of Commerce, I want to say that I have never seen such beautiful weather. The skies are blue, there's no rain or smog. It's this lovely, ideal climate for you tourists, and I'm really enjoying myself. So why don't you plan your vacation in Florida with me?
New York City, New York.
Yes, we vote yes. That feels good to say yes.
You have just heard Molotov at the United Nations.
More strange things are happening throughout the world. In Dublin, Ireland, they are making preparations for the St. Patrick's Day celebration. Paul Robeson will sing God Save the King.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
We gamblers have installed a new method of card playing, a deck with all aces.
All aces?
Yeah, this is to discourage cheating.
Hollywood, California.
What was that?
A lady just got a seat on the Sunset bus.
Moscow, Russia. Today, Joe Stalin admitted he was a communist, but denies he ever carried a card.
Sounds like the guy's going to Hollywood.
Chicago, Illinois. Down at the Central Meat Market, a curious scene is taking place.
How much is a tenderloin steak?
50 cents a pound.
My goodness, don't you lose a lot of money that way?
Yeah, but look at all the nice people I meet. You know, it's hard to believe. Gosh, I wish things were like this when we were in the Army, you know? Remember that sergeant we had?
Yeah, that sergeant.
Well, what a guy I had. No kidding. This guy had the greatest routine you've ever heard. He said, all right, you men, you're in the Army now. Make up your mind to like it, whether you don't or not. Now, when I yell fall in, I want to hear a stampede coming out of that barracks. I only want to hear that door slam once. And when that dust settles down, I want to see 4 rolls of corn standing there. And when I yell eyes right, and you hear them eyeballs click.
I wonder what the Army's like now.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Sergeant?
Well, here I am. I love that song. I can't remember the words to it, though. What did you want, mister?
Don't you have any respect for your superior officers?
Superior officer you are?
Yes. Don't you see these 2 stars on my shoulder?
Yes.
You know what that means?
You have 2 boys in the service? I'll tell you what. Just call me Clem, General. I ain't rank happy, you know. What can I do for you?
Well, I was just sitting up at headquarters, and I thought it would be nice.
That's nice. Comfortable up there.
Yes,
oh,
very
yes.
nice.
We like it down here, too, you know. Nice.
I thought it would be nice if I said hello to the boys.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. You see, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and some of the boys ain't up yet.
Oh.
Got me carried away, you know. What do you want to see them about?
Discharge papers.
Oh, well, you're in trouble there, boy. You're in trouble. They're so happy with Army life now, I don't think civilian life would go for that stuff anymore. They won't even take a 6-hour pass at Pendleton.
Why not?
They're afraid they'll get drafted.
Well, if it'll just stay the way it is now.
Yeah, but I got a feeling that it won't. Those pressure groups are on the march. Get another station on there, will you? That San Fernando Red's on every hour trying to talk Junior into letting out that devil.
Yeah, leave it to that crooked politician to mess it up.
We regret to announce that the program that was to be heard at this time will now be heard. And so we give you His Honor, San Fernando Red.
Thank you. My friends, and you are my friends. I am a politician, but I want you to know that I don't have to do this for a living. I repeat, I don't have to do this for a living. I make a lot of money elsewhere. A lot of money. Of course, how much longer I can keep playing basketball, I don't know. As you all know, as I said during my campaign, that there was nothing that I wouldn't do for you. And I've kept my word. I've done nothing. Now, I want you to listen to me, and I hope I'm getting through to you. You put me in the office, and I carried this election by 3,000 votes, and that's mighty good. Mighty good in this district, when you take in consideration that there's only 1,000 voters. Now, listen to me, because I may not get to talk to you for a couple of days. I'm going to Key West. We're going to have a meeting down there, you know. I'm going to rent a yacht and go out and fish for some red herring. That's if my brother, who's with the RFC, can slip me a few. Of course, I am an honest man. As you see, as I'm standing here now, I've got my hands in my own pocket. For a change. As you all know, that I am for you. I am for you. I think the same way that you think. I fight about taxes. I hate taxes. I repeat, I hate taxes. And I've got a prison record to prove it. Now, I'm going to talk to you like a brother. If you happen to be a woman, I'll talk to you as a sister. Well, there's a brilliant line, isn't it? I'll think. I believe. Yes, I believe that old man Mo is dead. No. You know, there's a laugh of myself sometimes to keep from getting lonesome, you know. I think that boy should turn that devil loose. This sudden change in the world ain't right. We ain't geared for it. Now, I'm not talking for any party in particular. No party's backing me on this. Because I'll tell you, I'm not a Democrat, I am not a Republican, or I am not a socialist. Now, let's see what the boys say I am. Oh, yes, and it's in big letters, too. Well, now, let's just look at the things that have happened all over the world since this boy has locked up this evil force. There are no wars, no lies, no thievery. Some say yes, some say no, but I say we should vote on it. Thank you, neighbor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I use the word loosely. Now here's Rafael Mendez, the world's greatest trumpet player, with Dave Logue and his orchestra playing Charlie.
You've heard us call Tide a miracle, and that's exactly what Tide is. Why, the single fact that Tide banished soap film is what made no rinsing practical. So if you're one of the women who likes to wash without rinsing, you use Tide, because Tide will give you the cleanest possible no-rinse wash. And, of course, you'll save all that time and work, too. Now, on the other hand, if you prefer to rinse your clothes, and I know most of you do, here's what Tide promises you. Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Tide will give you cleaner shirts for your husband, cleaner play clothes for your children. Yes, a Tide wash is the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Folks, there's no use dragging this out. You know why we're here at Junior's house. To take a vote on whether the devil should go free.
Yeah, and I say keep him locked up. That's what I say. Keep him locked up.
Has it affected your life, Mr. Lumplum?
It certainly has. I've been grounded for 3 weeks. All I know is that, yeah. Since that evil force has been closed in on, I suddenly realized when you sober up, you got to face the same problems, you see.
Just a minute. I bumped into you coming out of a bar only last night.
Oh, was you the lady who was in such a hurry to get in there?
What were you doing there?
I was saying hello to a few friends of mine. Oh, I may have taken a pretzel or two, but I went in and some of those guys think of keeping the devil locked up is sort of idiotic, you see. That's Jim.
Willie, as a friend, did you have a drink?
Well, I'm tapering off, you see. I nothing but Airwick now. You see. Heavy garlic eater, you know. I had a Willie Lump Lump special.
What was that?
That's 2 ice cubes in a glass of hot water, diluted with an 8-ounce glass of cold water. Well, there's a lot of nothing, huh? I think you should keep that devil locked up. I'll tell you why. You see, I'm an atomic research worker, and all the time there was spies, nothing but spies. But now they've disappeared. Do you know what happened to me just the other day over at Joe's place? I went in there. Service. How about a little service here?
Please, Willie, please.
Well, I want some service.
What do you want?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I don't tell anybody anything. There's too many spies around.
What's the trouble, Joe?
I want some service. That's what I want.
Okay, take it easy. Willie, what are you doing back? You just walked out of here a couple of minutes ago after you ate a 7-course dinner. Now what do you want?
A toothpick.
Toothpicks don't come with our blue plate
Look,
special.
I want a toothpick. The steak you served me, I stuck in one of my cavities up here.
Our steaks aren't that small.
Oh, no, I got news for you, fat boy.
Yeah.
A fly lit on my steak, and he had to balance himself with 1 foot. Now, how about a little nip?
You've had too much.
Oh, no, I can tell when I've had too much.
How?
Well, you see these 2 corks in my ears?
Yeah.
Well, when they pop out, now I have to put them back in and start all over.
I think you've had enough.
No, you think I had enough. You think I had enough. You sound like my wife.
Is that what she says?
That's what she always says just before she passes out. You see, give me a little nip, will you? I'm an atomic research worker, and I have to be alert.
Mm-hmm. Huh? You say you're an atomic research worker?
Yeah. I'm the best little research worker. See, I locate uranium.
Give him another drink. This may be our chance to find out something. Hey, you feel like another one?
Oh, boy, what a head I got. Inside my head, there's a little man keeps pounding with a hammer. Oh, 5 o'clock. Thank goodness he's a union man. He'll stop now. You know, I just got back from Alaska.
Alaska?
Alaska.
I'll bet it was cold up there.
Cold? My water spaniel's cubed up on me.
Well, tell me, what were you doing in Alaska?
Nothing. That's where I get my mail. You're not getting anything out of me, boy.
Maybe you could tell me something.
What's this?
You know where the Pacific Fleet is?
I most certainly do.
Where is it?
In the water.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
No.
Here, have another drink.
Oh, I can't drink anymore, but it's a shame to waste it. Just pour it over me.
Say, big boy, why do you drink so much?
It's on account of my asthma.
But drinking is bad for asthma.
Listen, if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for asthma.
So you say you're a government atomic research worker?
That's right. I travel all over the world.
Where do you go from here?
Special mission, the largest deposit of uranium in the world.
Where are you going?
I can't tell you. It's a secret, but boy, am I going to have fun riding in that kangaroo pot.
When are you going to Australia?
How did that get out? Look, you're pretty nosy, boy. I figured I was going to have trouble with you when I came in here because you just don't look right to me, boy. You just don't look right. I've seen a lot of people in my day, but you just don't look right to me. I can hardly see you.
Look. You better stop drinking or you won't be able to drive your car.
You better start reading them lines quicker or we ain't going to be here next time. What car? I don't drive a car. I got a green elephant parked outside, see? I'm going to learn to ride an elephant so when I get to Egypt, I'll know how to ride. You see, I'm going on the next troop ship.
A troop ship?
Yeah.
When?
Oh, no. I ain't going to get it out of me. My tongue ain't that loose yet.
About that troop movement, do you think you could remember if you had another drink?
Oh, it could be.
Okay. Here you are.
Oh, just throw it in my face. I'll drink it slowly.
Now, when is that boat sailing?
Well, I can't remember. Here, call this number and make out like you're me and ask them, please.
Well, swell. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Hello? St. John's Hospital, psychopathic ward.
You know I get more free drinks this way. That's why I say don't let that devil out of the
Now,
play.
wait just a minute there, Bud. I represent the ladies of the La Brea Tar Pit Society, and I say knock him out.
No. Yes, it's unconstitutional to hold someone against his will.
Thank you, friend.
Quiet, that devil's going to speak now.
If the little boy lets me out, I will promise not to tempt anyone ever again. I have removed my horn and long tail. I have no power anymore.
You really lose your horns and your tail?
Yes, and you may have them to hang in your clubhouse as a reminder to do good.
Okay, now, if you give them to me, oh, boy, wait till the gang sees this.
Now, crime and destruction are on the march again.
Well, you promised that you wouldn't do nothing.
You fool, you! Never trust an evil foe.
Well, there he goes. I hope you busybodies you're all happy. You're suckers. That's what you is.
Why do you call us suckers?
Haven't you heard? I called them the way I seized them again.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thank you for all your kind telegrams asking about my boy. He's really coming along fine. And now thanks for listening and thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
You get the cleanest washing down with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This is the
copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel the first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that wide, wild, and woolly little wolf who, when asked to select the guest stars for our show tonight, telephoned the Andrews sisters and said... All right, Costello. Calm yourself. What's making you so nervous?
Oh, I just heard some terrific news, Abbott.
You did?
Hitler has a new secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes.
Secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes? What is it?
A long pole with a white flag on the end of it.
That's fine. Now tell me, where were you all afternoon?
Oh, where was I?
Yes.
I went out and got my Uncle Artie Stebbins. Stebbins! I go already. It's so soon in the script, too. Please!
All right, now just take it easy, please.
I just got my Uncle Artie Stebbins a job. It's a swell job, Abbott. He's a bookmaker.
Oh, you dummy. He'll wind up in jail. Bookmaking is against the law. That's gambling.
Yeah, but he don't gamble, Abbott. He's a bookmaker in a bakery.
A bookmaker in a bakery?
Yeah, he takes orders for cakes. He's a cookie bookie.
Oh. Costello, I don't know which one is dumber, you or your Uncle Artie.
Well, I don't like to brag, Abbott, but I am. Of course, Artie is lazier than me.
No, you mean lazier than I.
Yes, sir. He's lazier than the both of us. My Uncle Artie only says his prayers one night a year.
Well, he must be lazy.
Yeah, the rest of the night he just hops in bed and says ditto.
Let's forget your Uncle Artie. Now, there's something I want you to do for me, Costello.
Abbott, you know there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Costello.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I know.
That's the way it is, folks. We just go through life doing nothing for each other.
Yeah, all right. Talk sense, Costello. I just wanted you to be sure to behave yourself tonight because the Andrews sisters are coming over and you've got to be careful how you handle those girls.
Yeah.
They have scruples.
I don't care. I've been vaccinated. I can't catch scruples.
No, you dummy. Scruples are not catching. Scruples are principles. Scruples make a girl sweet.
They do?
Sure.
Oh, I bought my girl some of them last night.
You bought your girl some scruples?
Yeah, I got a banana split with 3 scruples of ice cream.
Oh. You idiot. No. Look, ice cream doesn't come in scruples. Ice cream comes in scoops.
I thought chickens come in scoops. Chicken scoops.
No.
That one laid an egg.
Oh, Costello, scruples have nothing to do with chickens.
Then how did the Andrews sisters get them?
They didn't get them. A person doesn't get scruples. Scruples are a good trait. Now, do you know what scruples are?
Yes, sir. When I turned in my Chevy for a Plymouth, they was scruples.
No, what has exchanging your Chevy for a Plymouth got to do with scruples?
Well, everybody said it was a good trait.
Oh, well, let's forget about the scruples.
I don't want to forget them. Abbott, you said the Andrews sisters had scruples.
That's right.
Did you ever see them?
No, certainly not.
Then how do you know they got them?
Look, Costello, when I say the girls have scruples, I don't mean they have anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is part of one's character. And you can't see a person's character. Yet you know it's there.
Oh, when you say they have scruples, you don't mean there's anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is a part of a character, and you can't see the character, yet you know it's there.
Ah, you've got it.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
All right. That's enough. Now, what do you intend to do with the girls here?
Well, I am going to sing for them.
You're going to sing for them?
Yes.
Costello, you know nothing about songs. I'll bet you don't even know Dixie.
I do, too.
All right. What is Dixie?
That's the place where they make all those paper cups.
No. Look. I can see you know nothing at all. Well, look, Lou, if you insist on singing, I'll help you. First, I'll improve your libretto. Soften your crescendo, sharpen your staccato, and smooth you your pizzicato.
Oh, well, you're right. Abbott, will you check my oil and give me 5 gallons of gas?
No, look, please. Now, listen, never mind that. Listen to this. Look. Now, listen.
Are you going to sing or jump?
Now, wait a minute. Me.
What are you doing?
I'm just loosening up. That's all. I
thought you were falling apart.
Costello, you're just jealous. I've been told that my voice is out of the world.
And I'll bet a lot of people are waiting for you to join it.
No. Would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
Could I have that again?
I said, would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
I'd rather hear you whistle in your pink new nightie.
Costello, you're a doubting fool. Why, in my day, as a singer, women threw flowers at my feet. They threw jewelry at my feet. Why, they even threw themselves at my feet.
Well, what have your feet got that you haven't got?
Look, Costello. Just for that last crack, I won't help you.
Oh, you won't, huh?
No.
Well, I don't need your help, Abbott. My Uncle Clarence Porter of Big Springs, Texas, he can yodel. He'll teach me to sing because he's a good yodeler.
Wait a minute. Did your Uncle Porter study yodeling?
No, he taught himself. He just drinks a lot of beer and lets his stomach take it from there.
Costello, that's ridiculous. Look, what kind of voice does your Uncle Porter have?
Oh, he's a chiropractic tenor.
Chiropractic tenor?
Yeah, he sings in all the joints.
No, Costello, I'm not interested in your Uncle Porter singing. I lean toward the classical music.
What classical music?
Well, for instance, Beethoven's first, Mozart's second, Brahms' third.
Just a minute, Abbott.
Now,
you ain't going to pull that stuff on me trying to ring in a whole new team, huh?
No. What
yes,
team?
you are, brother.
Nah, what team?
Mozart's second, Beethoven's first.
All I said was Beethoven's first, Mozart's second.
You're nuts, Abbott. Everybody knows who's on first and what's on second, and I don't know who's on third.
Get him out of here! Midnight. A tiny island in the South Pacific, hardly a pinprick on the map. Hardly big enough for a small detachment of soldiers and the radar station they maintain. Day after day, nothing but a few scraggly palm trees and the horizon to look at. No amusement, no nothing. Boy, do you get bored. Picture yourself there at midnight, and a GI at the control panel turns to you and says, "You got a cigarette?" Would you give him one? Of course you would, even if it were the last cigarette in your pack. Remember that when your dealer says to you, "Sorry, sir, I'm out of Camels today." You are giving that guy in the Pacific or Germany or Okinawa or wherever he's fighting the Camel he's asking for. Yes, the service first. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, wherever they go in the winning of the war, they get first call on Camel. C-A-M-E-L-S. The service first. Sings for her Camel fans tonight the hit song from Central Park, Close as Pages in a Book.
We'll be close as pages in a book, my love and I, so close we can share a single look. Before I hear your laugh, my laugh breaks through, and when a tear starts to appear, my eyes grow misty too. For a dream won't come tumbling to the ground. We'll hold them fast, darling, as the strongest book is bound. We're bound to last. Your life is my life, and while life is sweetest ages in a book. Your love and
Costello, you must be on your good behavior tonight. Now, do you know what to do when the Andrews sisters get here?
Oh, yeah. I'll try and make a date with them.
Oh, no. You'll do nothing of the kind. Besides, I know those girls, and you wouldn't get to first base.
No, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be striding into second. Come in.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Melonhead. Better known as Cassava J. Melonhead.
You know, you look familiar. Didn't I see your head on a pushcart? Hey, Abbott.
Hey. Please don't ever say hey. I have hay fever, and every time I hear any word with hay in it, I sneeze. Hey.
All right.
I said it myself.
That's enough.
Look, remember, Costello, a certain word makes this man sneeze. Have you got that?
I got it all over me.
Now, Mr. Melonhead. Mr. Melonhead, what's your business?
Sir, I'm an attorney at law representing the Andrews sisters. Now, 3 weeks ago, April the 5th, 1945, on this program, you had the Andrews brothers.
Oh, listen, don't talk to me about those guys. I hate them.
You what?
I hate them.
Hey, you said it again.
I said it again.
I'm awfully sorry.
Hey, Abbott, the dam is right for the hills! Oh, boy. Hey, Abbott, run down to the bank.
Oh, but you have no money in the bank.
Who needs money? Get me some blotter.
Quiet, Costello. What were you saying, Mr. Melonhead?
Sir, I said that 3 weeks ago you had the Andrews brothers on this program, and in so doing, you did deliberately and with malice aforethought cause, create, and effect a libel against my clients, the Andrews sisters, hereinafter known as the plaintiff.
You mean they changed their name to the plaintiff sisters?
No. You dummy, he means that the Andrews sisters are suing us for slander. We need a lawyer.
Permit me to present myself, gentlemen. I am a lawyer. Now, what seems to be your trouble?
You just told us what the trouble was.
Yes, but that was when I was representing the Andrews sisters. Now, as your lawyer, I see things differently. The first thing I'll do is keep you out of jail with a writ of habeas corpus.
Stop in the door, Abbott! Here it comes!
I stopped it.
Thank you. Double-cross me again, brother.
I'm sorry, Mr. Costello. I just can't help it.
Well, you don't have to chew licorice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, where can we talk this matter over?
Well, we can get together tonight at my new colonial home.
Costello, your new home isn't colonial, it's Fanny.
Well, I'm no dope. I'm not going to say hacienda.
Hey.
Will you get out of here, Melonhead? You can't be our lawyer. How can you handle both sides of the case?
My dear boy, I have a split personality. Understand? A split personality. Now, here, take this pen and sign right here, and I'll start work on your case at once.
Mr. Melonhead, I think you dropped your pen.
Whoops, so I did. Well, I'll just pick it up.
Now, whoa! Don't look now, Melonhead, but I think you split your personality.
Well, I'll be suing you, gentlemen. Good day.
It was you who brought those Andrews brothers over here. Now the Andrews sisters are suing us.
Oh, don't worry, Abbott. When they get here, I'll make love to them and square the whole thing.
No, you're going to make love to 3 girls? Do you know what will happen to you?
Sure, it's the same as when you make love to one girl. Only I'll get slapped 3 times.
Oh, come in.
The Andrews sisters.
Costello, it's the Andrews sisters.
So there you are, you 5-gallon jughead.
Abbott, I think she means me.
Quiet, Costello. I'll handle this. Ladies, you must forgive Costello for his mistakes. After all, it's not his fault that he's a dumb jerk.
Well, whose fault is it?
Oh, this dame is dopier than me.
Listen, Costello, we're suing you for $10,000.
Miss Patty, I'm sure we can make some kind of a deal. Suppose Costello and I appear in your next picture. What about that?
Well, I don't know. What can Costello do? He doesn't look like an actor to me.
Is that so? Well, I was born in the theater, and it cost my father 15 cents extra.
What for? What for, Costello? What for? What for?
Well, the stork dropped me in a load sheaf. You're getting him too fast!
Girls, Costello's a pretty good dancer.
Oh, yes, I can kick way over my head.
Well, kick it over here and we'll get you a new one.
You know I can sing, too? I sang with Frank Sinatra a few weeks ago.
Sure, I remember. We were home listening to that show. Yeah, that's right. And when you sang Costello, why, my canary climbed down out of her cage and threw herself at the cat. Mr. Costello, I think your voice is just too Andy Divine.
This kid is right up my alley, brother.
Listen, kids, if you want to, we'll call off the lawsuit and let Costello be in our picture.
Well, that's wonderful. Costello, now we...
Just a minute, Adam.
Not what?
Just a minute.
What's
Miss
the matter?
Patty, I'm a fair man. I want this to be a square deal. I must insist on one condition.
Well, what's that?
I'll appear in one of your pictures if you'll promise not to appear in any of mine.
Well, that sounds fair to me.
Oh, this kid's a Lulu.
While our heroes, Abbott and Costello, were on their way to the studio to appear in the Andrews Sisters picture, our lovely guest stars sing for our Camel audience, I'm beginning to see the light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and poured the spark that's a boil on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see the
These days, that familiar old phrase, costlier tobacco, takes on a new meaning. You see, the demand for Camels is fantastic. Dozens of billions of Camels are being made. But in spite of this huge production, every single Camel cigarette is still made of costlier tobaccos. Only the costlier tobaccos properly aged and blended in the time-honored Camel way. Why, Camels just wouldn't be Camels if green, insufficiently cured tobaccos were used. This brand will not be sold down the river. You can't get Camels every time you ask for them, but when you do get them, they're still Camels. All the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of a superb blend of costlier tobaccos you expect when you light a Camel. Camels, war or peace, Camels are still Camels.
Well, Costello, here we are at the studio. Hey, look over there. That's that great Russian producer, Cartoony Technikolovich.
Aha! New actors, eh? You, fat boy, stand where you are. Don't move. Now turn slowly around. Now move. Get out of here!
But, Mr. Technicolovich, we're Abbott and Costello, and we're here to appear in the Andrews sisters' picture.
Yes, sir, Mr. Technicolovich. I'm a pretty good actor.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
What pictures was you in?
I don't like to brag, but did you see the picture of Dorian Gray?
I certainly did.
Don't you think it was hung a little crooked? Must have made Oscar wild.
Well, there you are, boys. Come with me. We're just about to start the picture, and you boys will be co-stars.
Yeah, but I think we're making a mistake. When this picture is over, they'll have to accentuate the positive and eliminate negative.
No, never mind that, Costello. When do we start, Miss Andrews?
They're going to shoot a scene now.
Well, that scene is shot. Let's have another one. Andrews sisters, we're already on the set.
Oh, this is our director, Mr. Cliff Nazaro. Cliff, could you use these two boys in our picture?
Yes, I think so. I need a lover and a stunt man.
Well, I'm a lover.
And I'm stunted. Now, wait a minute, Abbott. You're no lover.
No. What do you mean? When I come on the screen, women sit up and notice me.
Oh, yeah? The women who notice you are too old to sit up.
Oh, Cliff, we're wasting time. Why don't you explain the scene to the boys?
All right. Now, boys, this is a very simple scene. Yes, sir. The camera catches Patty and Abbott in an embrace. Costello, you come into the room, and Abbott, you walk over to the salad priest, bring out the faucets, put your salad glasses in, and decapitate the sauce together with the marble salad. Now, how can Abbott do that to me? Why let him get away with that, brother? Look, you don't stand for it. You grab Patty in your arms, and as you grab her lightly through the faucets, don't reach up too high to Bumblestead. Just pull down the castle with a mess of a celebrate and bring the faucets steadily to it. Does that paint a picture for you? Yeah, but you smeared it down the middle a little.
Why don't you pay attention? He's directing you.
Costello, I want you to know that you can insult our director.
Absolutely not. After all, I just told you to decapitate the corpse, not Skelton or business class from hit with Cigars. I just want you to decapitate the girl, pull her to the Shasta Reeds, all the bits with the separate laboratory, sabotage, and every horse. That I know what I'm saying. You and nobody else.
Costello, there you go again insulting him. I can't understand you.
You can't understand me. Can you understand him?
Oh, what's the matter with you, Costello? Can't you take direction? Mr. Nazaro is a famous director.
Yes. You mean to tell me you never saw Gone with a Twist of Smoker Murder? And for whom the bells hold, the castle of every kid horse of bells? I never saw them, but I saw Guadalcanal did it. You mean Guadalcanal did? No, did it. I seen it twice.
Oh.
Yeah, all right, will you stop that, please?
Well, let's get back to the scene, Cliff. Mr. Costello was just about to make love to me.
All right, Patty. Now, Costello, look, listen once more. You fall in love with Patty and propose to her. So it isn't just a question of grabbing the boss and giving her that little cap to the restaurant. You grab her in the costume, lift up the saloon, and go to the dinner retreat. Don't you agree with me? Yeah, but what about the children?
Oh, he didn't mention any children. Come on.
Talking about? Now listen, Fatty, I've got a reputation. I've got a reputation. Now listen, Fatty, I've got a reputation and I don't have to stand for this because 7 years ago when I first became a director, I threw Foster the Mallory to hell Belgrade, pulled Foster the picture that was the greatest salad feed, and I'll do it too.
That's right, he means every word of it.
Look, folks, I realize I lost my head. And there's just one thing I'd like to say. Curtis. Gee, I'm glad he said that. He's a nice fellow.
Yes, he certainly is, Costello. Just think, after the way you treated him, why, he was big enough to walk back and say, Curtis.
And that means a lot, too.
Yes, Lou. But what have you got to say?
Oh, what can you say after Fridas?
Fridas was a word.
Listen, Lou, if you hadn't been so frantic when he came into Thraldon and Clistafade, he wouldn't be so Palestine.
Palestine? What does he want from me?
What does he want from you? Why, you've hurt his feelings. Why, this very minute he may be outside still fending.
No, not guilt fending.
No!
Abbott, come on, quick. We haven't got a minute to lose.
Where are we going?
Come on, we're going outside and Dill Finn with him.
In just a moment, we will have a special treat for our Camel listeners. Lou Costello will sing a special song with the Andrews Sisters. So stay tuned for the musical event of the season.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private James C. Patterson, Jr. of Ridgewood, New York, who won the Silver Star not once but twice, and within a single month for gallantry in the Philippines. His first decoration was won for a foray behind the Jap lines, gathering information which led to the march on Manila. The second was for another infiltration behind enemy lines, culminating in the freeing of more than 2,000 Americans in a Jap prison camp. In your honor, Private Patterson, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now we bring you Lou Costello and the Andrews Sisters in a special disarrangement of Sonny Boy.
When there are gray skies.
What, don't you mind in the least?
I don't mind the gray skies.
What will I do to them?
You make them blue.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
What will friends do to you?
Friends may forsake me.
And what will you let them do?
Let them all forsake me.
And who will you still have in the end?
I'll still have you.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
Where am I sent from?
You're sent from heaven.
Have I any special valuation?
And I know your worth.
What will I make?
You make a heaven.
For who right here on what?
For me right here on earth.
God bless me!
When I'm old and gray, dear.
Do you want me to promise something?
Promise you won't stray, dear.
Give me a good reason.
I need you so.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
You know, so many hundreds of adjectives have been used to describe the hundreds of brands of pipe tobacco that I just don't know what words to conjure up to tell you how good Prince Albert is. So I'll get right out of the adjective department and tell you one fact that says more than a whole dictionary. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole wide world. What greater tribute could a pipe tobacco get? Try Prince Albert. You'll find rich, full-bodied real tobacco flavor, but without tongue bite. It's gentle to your tongue. Also, Prince Albert is crimp-cut for firm packing, easy drawing, even burning. And what a bargain. Just about 50 pipefuls per package. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. For nearly 19 years, bringing the real authoritative American folk music and fun to Southern radio audiences, and now broadcast coast to coast. Remember Grand Ole Opry every Saturday night on NBC.
The Andrews Sisters appeared by arrangement with the Nash Kelvinator Company. The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Walter O'Keefe. Good evening, and here's our first Nightline call tonight from Hollywood. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. Hey, George, you tell us, what is tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is people. P-E-O-P-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Hi, Joe. Say, I just heard the good news. What are you going to do with the money?
Well, the missus and I figure to buy some property when I retire in 67, so we're investing in Series H bonds now. That way we keep the money safe till we want it, and we get a good income from it in the meantime.
If you have $500 or more to invest, ask your bank about Series H bonds.
An interest check in the mail every 6 months from Series H bonds.
Over the maturity period, 9 years and 8 months, your bond earns an average of 3%.
Hold a $500 bond to maturity, and it earns you $147.75 interest.
And your money is guaranteed safe by the United States government.
If you need cash, you can redeem your bonds at par after the first interest period by giving a month's notice.
For safety, for guaranteed current income, invest in Series H savings bonds in denominations of $500 and up. See your banker for full details.
Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have Viva Smith and David Ewan waiting to talk to you, so folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you each take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Viva Smith and David Ewan. Ewan?
Ewan, that's right.
Ewan. Viva, I've heard of Viva La France and Viva Villa, but where'd Viva Smith come from?
Well, Groucho, I was born in a little town called Weir City, Kansas.
Weird City?
And it's not even on the map.
Oh.
Weir.
Weird City, huh?
Weir, W-E-I-R.
Oh.
It was a coal mining town.
Coal mining?
Not anymore. They've got all the coal out of the ground now. I'm a coal miner's daughter, in fact.
Oh, you are? You don't look like a coal miner's daughter. At least you're not very lumpy. You're
kind of chubby.
You're more the bituminous type. And you're David Smith, huh?
No, David Ewan.
Oh, you're David Ewan?
Ewan, that's right.
Where are you from, Dave?
Well, I was born in Austria, just outside of Vienna, and I came here when I was 4. Went to the schools in New York City.
What sort of work do you do, Dave?
I'm a musicologist.
Oh, well, that sounds real classy. What is the music? Is that a piano tuner?
Well, I've written about 35 books on music, which have been translated in about 10 languages, and they cover just about every facet of musical activity. I've done...
Rock and roll?
No, not rock and roll, but I did do a book on popular music called Panorama of American Popular Music.
Don't you call rock and roll popular music?
No, it isn't music.
Oh.
It isn't popular. It is popular, but it isn't music.
Well, let's leave rock and roll out of it for this week. Who is writing music you do like? Who's your favorite composer today?
Well, in contemporary American music, I would consider Richard Rodgers.
Well, he's great. Why do you consider him, as opposed to all the others?
Well, my last book is a biography on Richard Rodgers.
Oh, I see. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Oh. How did you meet your wife, Viva?
Viva's not my wife.
Oh. Well, who is your wife? How did you meet her and how?
I don't really remember how I met her, probably introduced by my friends.
Do you still regard them as your friends, these people?
Yes, I do, because I probably introduced them to their wives.
Oh, well, that's one way of getting even. Now tell us again how you met your wife, and this time lie about it.
Well, I was going to tell you that how she fell in love with me, if you want to know. That I do remember.
Well, that I don't believe, but go on with it.
You see, we were just friends.
Is one incredible story after another here.
Oh, this really happened. We were just friends, and one day I happened to tell her that I played poker with the Four Marx Brothers, and she was as crazy about the Four Marx Brothers as I was, so that was the day that love walked in.
Well, you couldn't have played poker with the Marx Brothers. None of us ever had any money.
But I did.
Oh, I see. Well, you sound pretty bitter. You better tell us the whole story now.
Well, here's what happened. You were appearing on the Broadway musical stage for the first time. I think it was I'll Say She Is.
Yeah. Were you married then?
No, I was a youngster. 1925. I was born 1907, so I was 18.
What went on during this game?
Well, I came down to interview you for one of the magazines. And when I came in, you were in costume already, and you were the five of you, because there were five brothers then, were playing poker. What I didn't know was that the Four Marx Brothers, playing poker with the Four Marx Brothers is not an orthodox procedure. I was asking you questions, and while you made me punch drunk with your crazy answers, Chico would look into my cards, he signaled to Harpo, and then when Harpo had better cards than I had, he would raise me. And when he had the worst cards, he'd tear up his cards, and Chico gave him another 5 cards. When the game was over, I didn't have an interview and I didn't have any money because I lost $7.
Well, that's the Marx Brothers, all right. What'd you do? Did you call the cops?
No, I didn't. Chico gave me back the $7.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yes.
Oh, then it couldn't have been the Marx Brothers. Must have been the Dolly sisters. Well, time is running out, so let's go from the musical world to the financial one and play You Bet Your Life. Now, remember your partners, so you can discuss anything before you make your final conclusion. You selected literature. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Number 1, the first question is, in the 1600s, who wrote the 3 great comedies, The Silent Woman, The Alchemist, and Volpone?
Ben Jonson.
Ben Jonson.
Ben Jonson is right, yes.
And you're on the way with 1 right.
In which of Shakespeare's plays was Caliban a character? Caliban.
Yes, I know. Midsummer's Night Dream.
No, I'm sorry. It's The Tempest.
Oh, that's...
Well, now we have 1 wrong. Don't get the next one wrong or the game is over for.
Who wrote the King Solomon's Mines and She, a book called She?
Oh, King Solomon's Mines and She. Oh, yes, I know. He's right. Rider Haggard?
Rider Haggard is right.
Scare me. You have 1 right now.
Scare me, too.
Now, who wrote Jungle Stories and Kim?
That's Kipling.
Kipling.
Kipling Herring, that's right. No, just Kipling. Yes. Now, what author created Uriah Heep?
Uriah Heep, that's Dickens.
That's right, Dickens.
You're almost there. Get the next one right, and the $1,000 is yours.
He lies across the ice in what famous novel?
Uncle Tom's
Uncle Tom's Cabin.
4 in a row.
Hold it. Now, you've won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show. And you certainly worked for that money.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Whenever you want things to be just right, be it here or there or day or night,
you make it Pabst, 'cause Pabst makes it perfect.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect. Just as we always have ever since 1844. So next time, you make it Pabst, because Pabst makes it perfect. America's Blue Ribbon beer from the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect.
George, what have you got now to...
well, Groucho, we have a couple
to baffle me.
I think this will, too. We have a couple of brothers on deck now. They're Ted and Tom Lagarde. So, boys, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Ted and Tom Lagarde, quadruplets, huh?
Twins.
I thought so, because you're both wearing the same kind of neckties. Where are you boys from?
Well, we're from Mackay, North Queensland, Australia.
Is that the real McCoy?
A lot of people call it Mackay, and a lot of people call it Mackay. It's the Scottish.
Well, you said the secret word. You said the secret word, people, so you and your father each get $50. It's 50 for you and 50 for you, Dad. Are you married, Tom?
No, we're single.
No, this is Tom, isn't it?
I'm Tom.
Oh, you're Tom. Well, are you married?
No, we're not married.
You're not married?
We're both single.
Why?
If we meet
a couple of twin girls that we like, we'll...
A couple of twins? You mean you want 4?
No, twin girls. We meet twin girls, we'll get married.
You would? Well, wouldn't it be confusing for twins to marry twins? You'd never know whether you were kissing your wife or squeezing your sister-in-law. Well, what would you expect from your prospective brides?
Well, we expect them to be able to cook, wash, clean, knit, darn, socks.
Likes to stay home and,
not to be the boss.
I see. In other words, what you fellows are looking for are unpaid domestics, is that it? Well, kids, you can forget it. You'll never get married. American girls like to cook, wash, and clean, but not the way you want. What they want to do is cook their husband's goose, wash their hands of the kids, and clean out the joint bank account. I want to thank every bachelor in the audience. Even a couple of married men are applauding. What did you do over there in Australia?
Well, we worked on
Ted? You're Ted.
Yeah, I'm Ted, yes.
Yeah. Then you must be Tom, huh?
That's right. Right, to ask me the question.
Yeah.
I'll answer the question.
Yeah, you keep your trap shut. I've changed my mind. I want to ask you the question. What did you do over there? No, I've skipped again. I want to go back to you. Huh?
Well, we were born on a farm, and we cut cane until we were 13.
You cut cane until you were 13? Mm-hmm. Where was Abel while this was going on?
Sugar cane. Sugar cane.
Oh, sugar cane. Well, I cut school until I was 40, eh?
Well, we left home when we were 15. We went to work on a cattle station.
What's that?
Like a ranch.
It's like a ranch.
Like a ranch.
And we used to drove cattle, round up cattle, dip and earmark and brand and inoculate cattle. It was pretty rough.
Pretty rough
life.
job.
They used to wake us up with the kookaburras.
They used to wake you up with a what?
Kookaburras, around about 4 o'clock in the morning.
What's a kookaburra? Is that an alarm clock?
No, it's a bird.
Calls out.
It's a bird.
The bird calls out?
A bird calls out.
Is this trained to do this?
Tom calls like, he sings out like a kookaburra.
Let's hear. How's a kookaburra? That wouldn't get me out of bed. That would get me under the bed. Well, why did you do this?
Well, we thought it was like the movies.
You thought waking on a cattle ranch would be like the movies?
We were 10 years old, actually, before we saw our first picture. Mum drove us to the town. It was we used to live way out in the bush, 13 miles, and she drove us into the town in this old sulky. It's a kind of a buggy. And we saw a picture. It was a cowboy picture. And so we thought, well, that's what it would be like. But it was pretty tough.
It was rough. We only used to get free.
How much did you get?
£3 a week.
How much?
£3.
We used to get £4 a week.
£3 a week. We used to get.
We used to get £4 a week.
We used to get £3 a week and our tucker.
You got your tucker?
Yeah.
I didn't know Sophie was in Australia. Well, what did you do after that, Tom?
Tucker's...
He got Sophie Tucker. What did you got? £4 and you got Tucker.
We went to Bubba Wabba.
You went to where?
Bubba Wabba.
Well, cut out the baby talk. Now, let's say you're grown-up men now.
Bubba Wabba, and we competed in a rodeo. It was our first rodeo experience. We broke our wrists and busted our knees. We had a real rough time, but at least we got our tucker and our expenses, bakshi.
Bakshi, what's that? Is that anything like a quid?
No, it's free. Bakshi means free.
Oh, gratis, eh? What are your plans now? What would you like to do?
We'd like to get in the movies.
In the movies.
In the movies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the second show at the Pantages starts at 9:50. Well, let's see if you're qualified to be movie cowboys. Can you ride?
Yeah, we can ride.
Good.
Yeah, fairly good.
You rope?
Yeah. Yes. No, not real good, but we can do a bit.
Can you bulldog a steer?
Sure. Yeah.
Can you steer a bulldog?
No, beg your pardon.
Well, if you can do all these things, you don't belong in Western movies. You belong on a TV panel show. Now, it was nice having you up here, and you're real talented, and I wish you lots of success, and I'm sure you're going to have it.
Thanks.
Now, let's see how well you can do in the quiz, and let's hope you do well. You selected professions of famous people. If I'll ask you some questions, if you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Remember, before you answer, talk it over with your brother. Eh?
Righty.
Yeah, give me the profession of Chester W. Nimitz. Nimitz.
Nimitz. You heard of Nimitz? You never heard of the guy in the life before. Is he American? Groucho? Yeah. American.
Such is fame, huh?
Well, let's take a guess at Nimitz. He's anything to do with science?
He was the admiral of the Pacific Fleet. He was the head of the whole Pacific Fleet.
Well, unfortunately, you didn't know that, so you have one wrong.
Righty.
If you don't know Nimitz, I'm afraid to ask you the next one. All right, who was George Arliss?
George Arliss.
What was his profession?
He was a...
A-R-L-I-S-S.
George Arliss. Wasn't he in... show business, Tom? Well, he was in show business. Show business.
Yes, that's right.
You're on the right track now. You have 1 right. Get 3 more right, you'll have $1,000.
You fellas make me nervous. What was Sir Arthur Sullivan's profession?
Sir Arthur Sullivan.
Oh, why did you pick this?
Well, all the categories were so complicated.
Oh, this is very simple, apparently. Eh?
Sullivan. It's too late. In the Parliament. He's a parliamentarian.
Oh, Gilbert and Sullivan, the composer. What was Jan Paderewski's profession?
Jan Paderewski. He was a great composer.
Yeah, well, you're right.
You have 1 right now.
I'll find something on here. Who was Les Darcy?
Les Darcy is a great fighter.
From where?
From Australia.
That's right.
You have 2 right now. Only 2 more to go.
Name the capital of Australia.
Canberra.
It's not on here. I just made that up. Les Darcy isn't on there either. All right. In what field is the name Frank Lloyd Wright famous?
Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah.
Writer? No. Don't say that a writer. No.
Probably the world's most famous architect.
Oh, right, dear.
Well, now we're back to 1 wrong again.
I think I'll go back to what was the capital of Australia?
You have 1 wrong. Don't get this one wrong.
What did Vincent van Gogh do? Van Gogh. G-O-G-H.
In science?
I don't know what he did in science, but that wasn't his profession.
What was...
He's a famous painter. Don't you remember he cut off one of his ears so he could see better?
You got 2 wrong.
I'm sorry you missed 2 in a row. We certainly
okay.
gave you many opportunities here.
Sure, we appreciate it.
We don't want you to go away broke. You won $100, haven't you?
Sure. Already.
Well, here's a chance to win another 100. Are you ready? No help in the audience, because this is a tough one. From what large animal do we get whalebone? Canberra is right.
We'll find out if our first couple will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
In centuries past, this was the sound that used to get the news around. Yes, in centuries past, the people on one side of the hill beat the drum to share the news of the world with the people on the other side of the hill. And since the world in those days was a smaller, more easygoing world, this was enough to get the news around. Ours is a chaotic age with critical events flashing across the face of the earth. Fortunately for us, we can keep up with these events because we have at our fingertips the fastest means of communication ever devised. We have radio. And NBC Radio with news on the hour keeps you alerted to world events wherever they happen, as soon as they happen. From ages primitive to present, people have wanted to keep up with events. And in our day and age, this is the sound that really gets the news around. This is Leon Pearson inviting you to keep up with the news on the hour all day, every day, over most of these NBC stations.
All right, George, we're ready to see who wants to get a crack at all this money. Will you bring out the first couple?
All right, Groucho. Viva Smith and David Ewan. Would you come back, please?
You won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do?
I'll try for it.
You, what about you?
Well, Groucho, I'll just keep the $500.
Well, that's your privilege. You're not going ahead. That's your privilege. Congratulations on winning the $500. Now take a seat over there and watch the fireworks.
Thank you.
You're ready to go to try for the big question?
I'd like to try.
Think of a number between 1 and 10.
7.
7. Give the wheel a twist. Your number was 7. It landed on 3, so this question is worth $1,000. I'm sure you're aware that Columbus sailed in 1492 and discovered the New World. But for $1,000, tell me the name of the Spanish port from which he sailed on his historic voyage. Duffy. Take a guess.
Well, I know that this city is not in Spain, but I always thought he sailed from Lisbon.
No, it's Palos. P-A-L-O-S. Palos, Spain. Sorry you missed it, but you wind up with $250. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world. T-Bone joins Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra on the telephone hour tonight on most of these NBC stations.
And now, get ready to smile again with radio's home folks, Crisco's Vic and Sade. Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Vic is established in his easy chair with a newspaper, while Sade, who occupies a corner of the Davenport, reads a book. And now, a silence of some duration is broken. Listen.
Oh, ish.
It's ready.
Oh, this trashy novel of Russia's.
Third Lieutenant Stanley?
Yeah.
Third Lieutenant Stanley's a baboon.
It's Lady Margaret that makes me tired.
What's she up to?
Oh, always blushing and waltzing around and hiding her face behind her fan and glancing coquettishly down at her fashionable French spats. And, well, here, you never heard such junk. The beautiful woman pinkened. She stooped over quickly and pretended to adjust her fashionable French spats. She didn't want the handsome young officer to see her shining eyes and quivering lips. "Give me 8 kisses, sweetheart," breathed Third Lieutenant Stanley. And his manager...
Hi.
Oh, golly, what silliness. Yeah. Third Lieutenant Stanley and Lady Margaret don't either one of them act very bright.
No.
Mr. Chinbunny telephone?
Who?
Mr. Chinbunny.
Nobody telephoned.
Mr. Chinbunny will telephone pretty soon.
What for?
He's anxious to get in touch with Gov.
Why?
Well, sir, by George, it's quite a thing. He's going to ask you to teach him how to smoke cigars.
Oh, go on.
Absolute fact. I'll bet $9 a telephone rings within the next 10 minutes.
Smoke cigars?
Yep. I just got all the information from Heine Call. Mr. Chinbunny's attending a meeting of Illinois high school principals in Chicago this coming Saturday, and he wants to be able to whip out big black cigars and puff away on them like an old-timer.
What's the idea?
Same old idea he's always working on. He's desirous of having people think he's older than he is.
Oh.
He figures cigar smoking will give him a more mature appearance.
Sure.
Sure. You understand Mr. Chinbunny's position, don't you? He's very, very young to be principal of a big high school, and it's got him worried. He's scared the Board of Education will throw him out on his ear and hire an older fella.
Oh, my.
That's why he wears spectacles he don't need and shaves the top of his head to have a bald spot.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he walks so stiff and straight and keeps that stern expression on his face. He wants to look old. Sure.
And I'm scheduled to bolster up this maturity by initiating him into the cigar smoking habit, huh?
Exactly. See, he's attending this meeting in Chicago next Saturday. He'll meet a lot of other high school principals, and he'll also meet important big shots. He's anxious to impress them important big shots.
Cigar ought to do it.
He don't want to be considered any young kid. His idea is to whip out big black cigars and smoke away like a steam engine and show everybody he's knocked around the world plenty and understand what's what.
I didn't think teachers smoked.
Well, they don't smoke around the school building or in public, but what they do at home is their own business.
No.
Be plenty of them smoking in Chicago next Saturday. Well, Mr. Chinbunny's never smoked in his life, but he's got this idea. So the thing to do was find somebody to teach him to smoke. He consulted Frida. Frida suggested you go.
I don't know as I'm flattered particularly. Being recommended as a good guy to teach people to smoke puts me in the light of a guy that's a slave to nicotine.
No.
You say Chinbunny's going to phone me this evening?
I'm surprised he hasn't already done it. He's crowded for time, see? He's only got 3 days to contract the cigar smoking habit. He wouldn't want to go up there to Chicago and botch the job. He wouldn't want to give himself away by handling his cigar awkward.
Or getting sick.
Yeah, or getting sick.
I'm just wondering how I'd go about teaching a guy to smoke.
Well, there's nothing to it, is there? All a person has to do is puff.
It's the refinements Mr. Chinbunny's after.
Refinements?
You know, the technique. Say, for instance, he's sitting in the hotel lobby next Saturday, maybe having a chat with the president of the Board of Education from Moline or someplace. All right. Pretty soon, very easy and casual, he says, "Beg pardon, Mr. So-and-so, but do you mind if I light up a cigar?" "Not at all," says Mr. So-and-so, glancing up in admiration. Mr. Chinbunny reaches in his pocket and produces a big black rope as thick as your arm. He scratches a match and draws in a couple bushels of smoke and blows it out like a furnace. "Ah, that's better," he says, leaning back in his chair. Mr. So-and-so watches him with approval. "By George, that boy's been around," he says.
Chinbunny didn't paint you that picture, did he?
No, just some thoughts of my own.
I wondered.
I think mainly what he'll do, Gov, is have you sit around smoking cigars while he studies your various movements. He appreciates you're a cigar smoker from way back, and he'll attempt to memorize every motion you make and then imitate you.
Is he going to furnish the cigars?
Yes, he is.
Looks like Mr. Chinbunny and myself will have gay times.
He better take it easy the first 19 or 20 cigars, hadn't he?
Yes.
Otherwise, he'd run the risk of getting sick.
He's in for a few uneasy moments, whatever he does, I think.
He's never smoked in his life, you say, Willie?
Not once.
Oh.
And after this meeting on Saturday's over, he plans to give up the habit. It can't get a very strong grip on him in just 3 days, can it?
I don't imagine so. However, there's always the chance he'll take to tobacco like a duck takes to water. Won't I feel fine, though, if after I've taught him to smoke, he becomes such a devotee of Lady Nicotine, he leaves his family and quits his job, and I'm to blame for the whole miserable...
Stay hang up, Mr. Chinbunny.
Okay.
Maybe you hadn't better mention I tipped you off to this.
Okay.
Act like it's a complete surprise.
Oh, he's nothing but a big overgrown kid, that Chinbunny. Asking a person to teach him to smoke. Goodness, might as well ask somebody to teach him to tie a shoe.
Hello? Oh, hello there. Why, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, Dr. Sleech. Just a second. There's some woman on the telephone that claims her name is Chinbunny.
500?
Yeah.
Sure, invite him over.
I'm sorry, Ruthie, but Sadie says you and your big ox of a husband make her sick to her stomach. Okay. Tell him I can whip him with one hand tied behind my back. Yeah. No, come on over, Ruthie. No, not a thing. Just sitting here with our teeth in our mouths. Okay, fine. Fine, Ruthie. We'll be looking for you. You bet. Bye.
How soon?
Oh, 15, 20 minutes. Fred has to pump up a couple of tires.
I changed my shirt.
Oh.
Well, put on shoes anyway.
God, with Fred and Ruthie coming over, how are you
Where
going
do you get that Fred and Ruthie stuff, Raj?
With Mr. and Miss Chinbunny coming over, how are you going to teach Mr. Chinbunny to smoke cigars?
I forgot about that.
He'll be telephoning directly.
Well, heck, you said all he wanted to do was watch me. He can sit on the Davenport and watch me smoke cigars till he's blue in the face.
Till you're blue in the face. He's nothing but an overgrown kid, that Chinbunny.
He's scared of his job, Mom. He's afraid the Board of Education will fire him from being too young. He's always on the lookout for angles, see?
Mm-hmm.
Angles he can follow up and give the human race the impression he's a lot older than he is. And by George, seems to me this cigar smoking stunt is a pretty doggone smart angle.
Maybe I'll establish a cigar smoking college. Set up a regular curriculum and take in students at $40 a semester. Now, let's see. The first lesson will read, insert cigar between thumb and forefinger. Open mouth and convey cigar...
There you are, Doc. Mr. Chinbunny.
Was Mr. Chinbunny last time. You answered.
Okay.
Might be Ruthie calling back to say all the tires are flat. Why won't Fred buy new ones?
Hello? Yes? It's him. Why, yes, Mr. Chinbunny. I believe he is. Hold the wire a second, please. Okay, yeah.
This is really on the level, huh?
I assured you it was on the level.
Yeah, but it sounds like a figment of somebody's imagination.
Here, he's waiting.
Shall I tell him he can come over, say?
I don't care.
Hello? Oh, yes. Just fine, thanks. And yourself? Huh? Why, yes, I do plan to be in all evening. Yes. Well, certainly. Well, of course. Well, I'll be expecting you then, Mr. Chinbunny. Fine. All right, Mr. Chinbunny. Right.
What do you say?
Asked me if I planned to be in all evening and then wanted to know if he could drop by and see me on a certain matter.
Uh-huh. He desires to cultivate in the cigar smoking habit.
Oh, such silliness.
No, by George. Instead of such silliness, it's a case of such smartness. Well, look. Say, for instance, Mr. Chinbunny's up there in Chicago, chewing the rag with Mr. So-and-so, the president of the East St. Louis Board of Education. Mind if I torch up Mr. So-and-so? Not at all. And then Mr. Chinbunny whips out a stogie as big as your leg. He blows out an enormous cloud of black smoke. I feel better now, he sighs. Mr. So-and-so from East St. Louis watches him with great round eyes. Finally, he says with intense admiration, "You're a sport, Chinbunny. You're a real sport."
Which concludes another brief interlude and the small house halfway up the next block.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica, famous laxative, and Minute Rub, modern chest rub, brings you Duffy.
Duffy's, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Well, tonight, Duffy, we really got a big shot. Bing Crosby. Crosby. C-R-O-S-B. Yeah. You know the guy, Duffy, the straight man in the Bob Hope pictures. Yeah, that's right. Bob Crosby's older brother. Yeah, the crooner with the 4 sons. Huh? Was Bing always a crooner? No, he studied singing for 8 years before he found out he couldn't sing. But by that time it was too late. He was too famous to quit. Hey, Duffy, why don't you sell Bing and have an interest in the joint here? No kidding. Well, a guy like that could help us with the labor shortage. He grows his own bus boys. Mrs. Duffy wants to meet Bing? What for? But, Duffy, what could he use her for? She's too big for a sarong and too slow for the track. Well, I'll talk to Bing about the partnership, Duffy. Okay. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Paul Weston and his orchestra. Our special guest tonight, by courtesy of Kraft, Bing Crosby, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Eddie, did you hear? Bing Crosby might buy a half interest in this place.
What? Bing Crosby? The one that wears them shirts?
Yeah.
The one with the force on?
Yeah.
The one with them race horses?
Yeah.
He's going to buy a half interest in this place?
Yeah.
I suppose he just don't care anymore.
Listen, Eddie, with good management, this place could show a very nice overhead. Especially with the new floor show that I wrote for Crosby.
Oh, you wrote it, huh?
Yeah, I wrote it. It's going to have the same flavor as his radio show.
He's on a cheese program, ain't he?
Yeah, good, huh? Let's see now. There's Trudy Irwin, John Trot Scotter.
Carp Kempenture.
Yeah, and that Yuki.
Who's going to be Yuki? You?
Oh, no, I'm too statuesque. No, for the part of Yuki, I got to get a guy that's very short and a little stupid. Hiya, Finnegan.
Not quite short enough, huh?
No, but he's a little more stupid, so it comes out even. Finnegan, how would you like to be an actor?
An actor? Oh, boy. I got me damn I got music. I got some.
Just a minute, Finnegan. Finnegan, calm yourself.
Anything more?
Stop it, will you? Finnegan, look, I don't mean a song and dance man. I mean a comedian.
Oh, comedian? Yeah. Arch, I got a good joke. Why does your fireman wear red suspenders?
Why?
To get on the other side.
Finnegan, I'm afraid your humor is a little too delicate for this show. Everything happens to me. Miss Duffy, will you please stop with that noise?
Well, what's wrong with my voice?
Oh, nothing at all. But how can you yell like that with nobody beating you?
My singing teacher says I have perfect pitch.
Well, you may have perfect pitch, but if you start singing around here, you better learn how to catch. What's this about the singing teacher, anyhow?
Oh, you remember my old singing teacher, Yasha Panyaslavnik.
Good old walk-up one-flight Yasha. I thought he was in the Army.
They wouldn't take him.
Why not?
Punctured eardrums.
Oh. And I'll bet you that you're the one that 4F'd the guy. So he's trying to teach you again, huh?
Yeah, he has a new method now, the OPA method. He says all you have to remember when singing is OPA.
OPA?
Yeah. Open, please, the adenoids. Oh, boy. You just wait till Bing Crosby hears me.
Now, listen, Miss Duffy, when Crosby gets here, if you open one crummy adenoid... trying to get the guy to buy a half an interest from your father.
Oh, Papa's partner. That's very interesting.
Miss Duffy, he's buying an interest only in a joint. You still belong to Daddy. Besides, the guy is married.
That's the trouble. Papa always has to have partners that are married.
What other partner of his is married?
Mama.
Harry Von Zell. Listen, talk to me, please, will you, before I completely retain my sanity? Just say anything so it makes some sense.
Well, I know something that makes sense, Arch, a lot of sense.
Then go ahead, Harry, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you never know what the morning will bring you, do you? You never know, for instance, when you may wake up feeling dull and headachy due to the need of a laxative. And so it certainly pays you to remember this. When you do wake up feeling like that, it isn't necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime, no matter what your plans may be. Simply take Sal Hepatica at once. For then speedy Sal Hepatica brings very gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently no longer have to risk going through the whole day feeling out of sorts. And don't forget, this famous saline has an additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So sometime soon, tonight if you can, stop at your drugstore for an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed, then any time you know you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night. See if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
See, I got to figure out what this business is worth. Eddie, how many new customers would you say come in this place tonight?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3. And here comes number 4 on the outside, Bing Crosby.
Out of the money again. Well, Bing, welcome to Duffy's. How do you like the joint here?
Frankly, Archie, it warms the cockles of this peripatetic old troubadour's palpitator to find himself so unostentatiously ensconced within the sacred precincts of this Tanglefoot Emporium.
Oh. He pops out with them syllables like they were sons. Of course, I personally don't mind them big words, but it ain't fair to people who don't understand them, you know?
Like who?
Like you. Well, leave us lay off. Now, if you want to use big words, I'll match your vocabulary. I'll match you anytime.
Okay, Archie, a truce, huh?
Right. Now, how do you like the joint here? Briefly.
Stinks.
You don't have to be that briefly. Well, your old man was down here last week. He liked the place.
Oh, yeah. Well, Pop always was a dive man. Old Tanker Crosby, they used to call him. Up in the Northwest. But by the way, he was a little embarrassed, Archie. He says he came away without paying his check.
Oh, well, tell the old gentleman to forget it. We'll add it on to yours. Eddie, get Mr. Crosby a steak. By the way, 20-center. He can afford it. By the way, Bing, your old man was saying how nice you on you. You know, how you all get along in your family.
Oh, yeah, Arch. We'd give each other the shirt off our backs.
And you still get along, huh?
Archie, are you knocking this cretin creation that I'm affecting? Number?
Look, Crosby, in this neighborhood, there's 59 guys with lead pipes that just looking for somebody with them cretin cretations like that.
A little too sharp for you, huh?
Yeah, it's a little sharp. You see, now take me for contrast. Take the way I dress. You see these pants? Mm-hmm. Used to be part of a whole suit. You see, it's quiet, good taste, made out of genuine herringbones.
Herring, huh?
Yeah.
The knees look a little marinated, I thought.
Yeah. And now take my shirt, you know. Look at it. Simple, not a bit ostentatious, you know.
You got a cute idea there, too, that having the collars and the cuffs trimmed in black.
I mean, landlady must have forgot to turn them over this week.
Steak coming up with Mr. Crosby.
Just a second. Is that a steak?
Yeah.
Put a couple of bucks on it to win, will you?
Now, if I was you, I'd just play at the show.
Eddie, maybe you better scratch it.
Hey, I'd like to meet Mr. Crosby.
Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Crosby. Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Crosby, I'm glad to meet you. You know, I've been told that my voice sounds just like yours.
Who told you that?
Frank Sinatra. Oh, and Bing, this is Miss Duffy. Her voice also don't sound like yours.
How do you do?
Mr. Crosby, after all the pictures you made with Dorothy Ramore, it must be quite a shock for you to see a girl with her clothes on.
Well, I was shocked when I saw you, but I wasn't sure just what did it.
Did you like that sarong of Miss Lamour's when you first saw it?
Oh, I never gave it a second thought.
Oh, you didn't?
I was a little busy with the first thought.
Well, I think it's indecent. I wouldn't be seen wearing so little.
You got a lot more to cover than Lamore.
Archie, I have a lovely figure. Last week, Mr. Crosby's father's eyes nearly popped out.
Oh, you met Dad, huh?
Yeah, and he certainly is fine looking for a man of 40.
Would you hit me with that again? What was that?
He told me he was 40 years old.
20 years ago, yeah.
I bet you it was a lie about his etchings, too.
What did you do to my...
Look, Miss Duffy, would you mind answering the phone?
It isn't ringing.
It will. Give it time. Now, look, Bing, I want to talk a little business to you.
All right.
How long you been on that radio show of yours?
Around 15 years.
15 years. Bing, you're in a rut. Now, look, leave us be terse.
What are we going to be?
Terse. How would you like to buy a half interest in Duffy's?
Buy half of this place? Archie, I already own 2 stables.
Bing, are you calling this place a stable?
I was only kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's different. Ain't been a horse in half the years. Now, look, Bing, as a restaurant man...
But, Archie, I really don't know anything about the restaurant business.
Well, you don't have to. When you buy half of Duffy's, you buy half of me.
Half of you? You say there hasn't been a horse in here in years?
No. You see, Bing, I'm included in Duffy's half of the deal, and I'm a fixture here, what they call the lock stock.
What about the barrel?
That's Mrs. Duffy. Now, Bing, with the floor show that I got in mind... Excuse me a minute. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yeah, he's here. Huh? I just told him about it. Okay, Bing, the other half of the barrel wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Duffy. Well, I haven't met you, but I've seen your picture in the window, and in my... what'd you say? Do I think you look like Hope? No, I think you look a little more like Charity. What'd you say? A half interest in your place. Well, I'm half interested. How much do you want for it? You think I'm made of money? $300?
Give me the phone. Look, Duffy, don't be a robber. Huh? Well, about 200. Well, with Crosby singing here, I'll bet you no time the joint is worth at least 800. Huh? Why should you sell half of a business that's going to be worth 800 for 200? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe if I explain to him how much business he'll bring in, he'll be willing to come up a little. Huh? Am I sure he'll sing? Well, if he's a partner, I don't see how you can stop him. Huh? First, you want to what? You want to what? I'll tell him. Bing, Duffy's like an audition.
What do you mean? Me audition for that bum?
Please, Bing, you're speaking of your partner. If the bum wants an audition, give it to him. Paul, some music for Mr. Crosby, please.
How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of your sweet embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are.
Hello, Duffy. What'd you think of him? Mm-hmm. You'd rather have a silent partner. Well, look, Duffy, give him another chance. Listen to him once more on this floor show that I wrote, huh? Okay, Duffy.
Hey, Arch, did I hear you say that you wrote a floor show?
Yep, Bing, and if Duffy likes it, you're in.
Now, how do I get out?
Say, Mr. Crosby, you look sort of pale.
Hmm?
There are 7 of you Crosbys, aren't there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you're the one.
The one what?
The one person out of every 7 who this time of year usually suffers from a cold.
You know, Bing, if you had one more brother, we might have stopped him dead.
Yeah, but how then would we know what to do about that cold? So proceed with the good word, my good man.
Well, thank you, Mr. Crosby. If cold symptoms are making you miserable, ladies and gentlemen, your nose is stuffed up and there's that aching feeling in your muscles, the good word is Minute Rub. To help get relief quickly and easily, simply massage Minute Rub, modern chest rub, on your back and chest. Yes, that's all you do. And soon, in fact, even before you've finished, you'll feel a comforting sensation of warmth as Minute Rub gets to work, begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And at the same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that congested feeling in your nose and throat.
No need to worry about Minute Rub harming your clothes or linens. It's greaseless and it's stainless, too. So get after your cold symptoms with this nationally famous chest rub that takes only a minute to use, that helps bring such quick relief. Minute Rub, MINITRUB. Minute Rub.
going to start the floor show? Miss Duffy, Finnegan, you got your parts?
Archie, I just can't go through with this.
Why not, Bing?
Well, I've read your script, and I don't like to do tragedies.
This ain't no tragedy. Nobody's going to get killed.
You can have 8 to 5.
Look, Bing, don't worry about it. Now, let's go. Ready, everybody? Music, please. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Old Duffy Music Hall. This is your announcer, Ken Archie. And we now present yours truly, Bing, Call Up the Glue Factory, Crosby. Now, take it, Bing, and stick to the script.
Greetings and salutations to the Old Duffy Music Hall, where we gather to. Archie, is that the end of the sentence?
Of course. Wouldn't think of splitting up an infinitive. Continue.
Now that the Yuletide of Christmas is behooving upon us in 3 more semesters, and wherefore which in this Christmas purchasing season of gifts from one's fellow man to another, leave us be mindful in our Xmas shopping of the immoral words of Oh, Archie, I can't handle it. Can't do it.
Go ahead, read it.
The quality of Macy's is not strange.
It's a play on words.
Great.
Come on. Let's go on with the show now.
Good evening, Bing.
Well, if it ain't our comedian. Hello, Jerky. Jerky. Say, Archie, shouldn't this be Yuki?
Take a look at him.
Hello, Jerky. Why were you riding in the park yesterday, side saddle?
Side saddle. Oh, because it was a female horse.
Hello, Duffy. You didn't get that joke? Well, it don't make no difference, Duffy. Any joke about Bing's horses is a belly laugh. Why? I don't know. Maybe on account of they run on their bellies. Okay, Duffy. On with the show.
Say, Bing.
Yes, Jerky?
You got 4 sons, ain't you?
Yes.
And Eddie Cantor's got 5 daughters, ain't he?
Indeed.
So why don't you have your 4 sons marry Cantor's 5 daughters?
But, Jerky, there would be 1 girl left over.
Well, somebody's got to take care of Jessel's mother.
Great dialogue, huh, Bing? I say great dialogue, huh, Bing? We now stop for station indemnification. Eddie? Okay, Bing, take it.
Well, once again, we're back in the good old Duffy Music Hall, the year 1912. Maybe perhaps you remember. The horse car had just replaced the cotton gin. Teddy Roosevelt had just climbed up Sam Wam's hill. And ladies' fashions were changing, too. The wedgie was fast replacing the bustle. You better take this, Archie.
Okay. Yes, in 1912, people in the street were singing an old ballad, which went,
down the old ox road. Though you'll never find out where it is by looking in maps.
By looking on the maps.
With a little investigation, you'll discover, perhaps, that this old tradition got a place just a proposition called the old ox road.
I caught you in the stretch.
The old ox road.
Ah, yeah, the old ox road. How well I remember it. Takes me right back to good old North Virginia.
Away, down
the good old South.
River.
What memories. Magnolia blossoms floating in the moonlight. Little verandas running around the house. Yes, there was 12 of us little chitlins. Yes, I remember. Grandfather sitting rocking on his old family retainer. Yeah. Drinking them mint junipers. Ah, the South. Take it, Bing.
Ah, the South. How well I remember my mammy and pappy. Sitting by the old gin, a-spitting cotton.
Bing, that's spinning cotton.
Oh, yes. Mammy and Pappy spinning cotton. Mammy did the woofs and Pappy did the warps. And there they sat. Mammy all woofed and Pappy all warped. And then there was my little southern belle, Scarlett O'Duffy.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Scarlett.
You ready yet?
I'm all set.
Got my bags, Lulu Bet?
You bet. Come, Pet.
But I ain't at.
You have a crump, Pet.
Now I'm set.
Well, let's get.
Coming, Red.
Da-da-da-dum-dum-dum. Nice modulation.
Oh, beautiful. Should have modulated them trumpet players. Bing, I'll bet you never had no stuff like that on your program, huh?
No, a leopard gets better spots than this. When does this thing finish?
You're coming to your finish now.
You ain't just whacking your rack either, Jester.
And now we close the old Duffy Music Hall as the soft swell whoop of the horizon greets the dusk of a new equinox.
Waits for me and the blue of her eyes meets the gold.
Hello, Duffy. How'd you like it? Putrid, huh? Well, Duffy, is it my fault if Crosby can't act? Well, how about the deal? Huh? Has he got the money with him? Probably. Why? Tell him what? Duffy, I think it would be nicer if I told him to buy war bonds with it. Okay, I'll handle it. Hold the phone. Bing.
Yes?
Bing, you see, Duffy's kind of attached to this place.
Oh, you mean the deal is off?
Yeah.
Archie!
Hey. Now look what you did, Duffy. It's the first time I was ever kissed by a crooner.
Well, folks, it's about time to leave Duffy's for the evening, but before we go, we want you to know that Bing Crosby is soon to be seen in the Paramount picture Going My Way. Righto, Bing. Let's all meet here again next week when our guests will be Dinah Shore and Joan Davis. And in the meantime, if you have a cold,
remember Minute Rub.
If you need a laxative,
remember Sal Hepatica.
And if you have a half hour next Tuesday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Yeah, Duffy, that's right. Next week, Dinah Shore and Joan Davis. Yeah, Duffy. Bride and Grim. Yeah. So long.
Mothers, 1 minute doesn't seem like much, does it? And yet, well, if your child is suffering from miserable cold symptoms, you can help a lot in just 1 minute. For that's all it takes to massage Minute Rub, modern chest rub, on your youngster's back and chest. Then Minute Rub goes to work to help bring soothing relief from your boy or girl's cold discomfort. And remember, Minute Rub's vapors will also help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in nose and throat.
Minute Rub is greaseless, stainless.
Get after your child's cold symptoms with this famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. This is the Blue Network.
Teal for a beautiful smile. The Life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. After 17 years of married life, Chester A. Riley considers himself an expert on the subject, and he's always ready to share his knowledge. The other night, for instance, Riley brought home a young man who works at the aircraft plant with Riley, and dinner was just about over.
Gosh, that was a wonderful dinner you cooked, Mrs. Riley. Really wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Riley, you're sure lucky to have a wife like you've got.
Well, she didn't do so bad either, Bill. I was a very gorgeous bachelor.
Oh, Riley.
Well, you're both very lucky to be so happily married.
Yeah, we sure are. Say, Bill, didn't you say once that you was engaged to some girl of the opposite sex?
Was is right. It's all off between me and Jenny.
Oh, what a shame. Well, what went wrong?
Well, you see, Jenny's a wonderful girl. Only she's very stubborn.
Oh, stubborn, huh? That's bad. Well, what was Jenny stubborn about?
Well, it's about her going on working after we get married.
And naturally, you want her to.
No, I don't.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you how I feel about it.
Does she have a good job?
That's just it. She makes more money than I do.
Well, I'll tell you, Bill, the thing is...
And the worst is her boss is crazy about her.
Oh, you're not jealous.
Well, I think...
Who wouldn't be jealous? Who wants his wife working for a boss who's a wolf? How would you feel, Mr. Riley?
Well, if you ask... That was me you asked.
Yes, sir. I want your advice.
Well, Bill, you take my case. The day we got married, Peg quit her job. And what was the result?
We were both out of work.
Gosh, how did you live?
Well, I came through. I made a subhuman effort and got a job.
But it only paid $12 a week. We almost starved.
That's right. But I faced the situation with my face and did what every self-respecting husband would do. I kept looking and looking until I found Peg a job.
And she took it?
For sure, even though her boss was a wolf, too. But did I kick up a fuss? Not me. I played it smart, didn't I, Dumpling?
Well...
Yes, sir. Thanks to the way I handled the situation, after 17 years, I'm still married. And so's my wife. Peg, I'm going out and get some Cokes. While I'm going, you tell Bill how I handle things. It'll be a lesson for him.
Gee, I wish I had a head like Mr. Riley.
Young man, you don't know when you're well off. Riley's sweet, but would you like to hear the real story?
Yes, ma'am. Seems to have worked out all right.
Well, yes, it did. But it wasn't easy. You see, Riley had this job at Monahan's Furniture Factory, where I worked before we got married. And he made so little, we lived in one room lit by gas. We couldn't afford electricity.
Are you home?
Oh, yes, Chester, I'm right here.
But I can hardly see you. It's pitch dark in this room. Here's a kiss for my little bride. Peg, your lipstick tastes like varnish.
That's the bedpost you're kissing. I'm over here on the chair.
Oh, well, why don't you light the gas, Dumpling?
Well, I didn't have a quarter for the meter.
Oh. Well, they say a dark room is great to rest your eyes. But tomorrow is payday, and then we'll get the gas back. Oh, it'll be great to see you again, darling.
I miss seeing you too, Chester. You leave so early and get home so late.
Well, I'll give you a treat. I'll light a match and let you look at me.
Oh, don't be silly. I know what you look like.
Okay, Dumpling, if you ain't in the mood for love, let's eat.
Eat what, Chester? You know, we never have enough left to get groceries by the end of the week.
Oh, sometimes I wish we'd never left Brooklyn to go west. Living is high here in Manhattan.
Chester, why don't I take my old job back?
Nothing doing. No wife of mine is slaving for old Monahan. What kind of a man do you take me for? I respect womanhood. I'd rather let you starve than have you support me.
But it was a good job, Chester, and Mr. Monahan liked me.
So did his son like you. That's Sidney. I don't trust him. He looks at you the way I used to look at you.
Sidney was always a gentleman.
A fine gentleman tried to marry you behind my back.
Oh, now stop it, Riley. Sidney's very nice.
Oh. Maybe you wish you'd married him instead of me. Then you could live in a classy apartment instead of a fourth-floor tenement like this, where every time the elevator train goes by, the motorman can see what you're doing.
Chester, don't let's argue tonight. Do you know what day this is?
Trying to stick me, huh? It's Friday. Our turn to use the bathtub in the basement.
It's our wedding anniversary, Chester. We've been married a whole year.
Wedding anniversary? Well, Dumpling, ain't that great? Why, this calls for a celebration. Come on, let's go to the Astor roof. We'll have champagne, filet mignon, caviar, pork chops, and for dessert, I'll give you 1,000 kisses.
Oh, but Chester, we're broke.
Will you settle for the dessert?
Chester, that's Sidney Monahan's knock.
What's that four-flusher doing here? Keep quiet. Maybe he'll go away. His father gives him music lessons, and that's all he can play.
Now, Chester, you be polite. Come in. Why, Sidney.
Well, my little Peggy. Come here, let me take a good look at you under the hall light. Yep, the same beautiful Peggy Pie. Nothing has changed.
Her name is changed. Just remember that, Monahan.
Same old Riley. Come here, let me take a look at you in the light. You look better in the dark.
You're so funny.
Monahan, that wasn't a very polite thing to say.
Riley, don't be rude.
Oh, I don't mind him. I can't get over how you look, Peggy. Let's see. It was only a year ago today you married this lucky baboon.
Never mind the cracks about my luck.
Now, stop, Riley. Come on in, Sidney.
Lead the way, Peggy Pie. Hey, it's dark in here. Light the gas, Riley.
Yeah, the gas meter, a quarter. Well, can you beat that? I left my wallet home. I mean, will the meter take a 25-cent check?
Don't worry. Tonight the gas is on me. Where's the meter now? Oh, here. Say, I can't get this quarter in the slot.
That's my mouth, Monahan.
Here, you drop it in, Riley. Here's the quarter.
Thanks, Monahan.
Now light her up. Here's a match.
Thanks, Monahan. But just remember, I ain't taking any handouts. First thing tomorrow, I'm paying back this match.
There. That's better. Now I'll tell you the nifty idea yours truly thunk up. I'm taking you old married folks out to dinner. All on me. An anniversary present.
Well, thanks, but we ain't hungry. Are you, Peg?
Oh, no, not a bit. I couldn't eat a thing. But I'll force myself for politeness' sake.
Okay, then let's go. You kids slip into your best duds. I'll wait for you downstairs for my new essay.
Oh, come on, let's get dressed, Chester.
I ain't going.
Oh, but Chester!
I ain't going. If you want to go without me, go ahead.
Oh, I couldn't do that. Oh, please, dear, it's very nice of Sidney to remember our anniversary.
Sounds more like it's his anniversary. That's all I've been hearing around here. Sidney. If you think he's so wonderful, go with him. Go.
Oh, I think you're horrible.
Dumpling, now, please don't cry. Oh, please don't. All right, I'll go. Come on, let's go. We'll have a great time, huh?
I don't want to go now.
My mother told me there'd be moments like this. We ain't going.
Quit the kidding, Riley. Come on.
No, we ain't going. Go celebrate our anniversary yourself. What, Dumpling? Are you still crying? Oh, please don't cry. I can't stand to see your eyeballs leaking like that.
I'm not crying, but you were rude and you yelled at me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dumpling, but we're still going to celebrate. I went out to Green Speckle's Delicatessen and practically bought out the store. Look what I got. Look, one whole liverwurst sandwich, a bottle of lemon soda, and 2 straws.
Oh, but Chester, you didn't have any money, and he said he wouldn't give us any more credit.
Oh, well, I gave him security, my suspenders.
Suspenders? Well, they're no security.
They are for my pants. Now, eat the sandwich. Go on.
You take half.
No, I ate already. Honest. Green Speckle was in the back of the store arguing with a customer, and while they were quibbling, I was nibbling. Drink some of this lemon soda. Remember I once promised you on our first anniversary we'd be drinking champagne?
Yes, I remember.
Well, if they made champagne out of lemons, this would be it. Here, drink. No, wait, I want to make a toast.
A toast?
Yeah, it's about you. I made it up while I was waiting in the delicatessen. A toast. Here's to you, my darling wife. There ain't a girl that's sweeter. You'll always be my shining light. So who needs a quarter for the meter?
Chester.
Huh?
Do you love me?
Well, Peg, how can you ask me that? Of course I love you.
And you'd do anything for me?
Anything, Dumpling. Anything. Just name it.
Let me go back to working for Sidney.
Name something else.
But Chester...
Now listen, Peg, I will not have my wife...
Just as I thought, you don't love me.
But what's that got to do with it? And anyway, how do you know you can get the job?
Sidney said he's got a place for a secretary.
Yeah, and I know the place. His lap.
Oh, so that's what you think of me. You don't trust me.
Well, no, Dumpling, I do trust you. Okay. You can take the job.
Oh, thank you, darling.
I'll let you work all day for Sidney if that'll make you happy. But remember, when you come home to me, your happiness is over.
Theo will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Don't wait for that warning signal.
Tender gums.
Serious dental trouble is often forecast by...
Tender gums.
If your gums were tender, sore when you brushed your teeth today, that's nature's warning to watch out. It's often the first sign of serious dental trouble. What's more, dental authorities say brushing with toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives only make things worse. You see, toothpastes and powders contain abrasives. That's primarily how they clean. And you can imagine what abrasives can do to gums that are already tender and sore. That's why I urge you, at the first sign of tender gums, switch to Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Teal contains no abrasive, so Teal does not irritate even tender gums. Teal is good for tender gums. In fact, because Teal is a liquid, it reduces the irritating effect of the brush itself, authorities say. Teal lets you massage your gums gently. Once you've used Teal, the chances are you'll continue. You'll like the way it makes teeth look sparkling clean, the way it helps sweeten your breath, and gives your mouth a refreshed, tingling taste. So when gums hurt, see your dentist and switch to Teal. Better yet, don't wait for that warning signal. Get Teal now and follow directions on the package. Remember, that's Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice.
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. We left Mrs. Riley telling a young friend of theirs how jealously Riley acted when she went back to her old job after 1 year of marriage. It seems that Peg worked for a former suitor of hers.
So you can see, Mr. Morgan, Riley was terribly jealous of Sidney Monahan, even before I went back to work.
Oh, I guess I'd be, too.
Well, to make matters worse, Riley and I worked in different departments, so we hardly ever saw each other. But one day, Riley arranged to go for lunch at the same hour that I did. He was outside my office waiting for me to come out.
Hey, Riley, what are you doing up here in the office?
Oh, hello, Gillis. I'm waiting for my wife. I switched my lunch hour so as we could eat together.
Oh, swell. I'll see you over at Greasy Grady's.
Oh, no, sir. None of them 15-cent blue plates for her.
Ah, this is something special, huh?
Yeah, I've been saving up. I'm taking her to Wing Ching House Chinese Gardens. Today they're serving their Hong Kong specialty, Yankee pot roast.
Hey, your wife's back working for young Monahan, ain't she?
Yeah, private secretary.
I hear how this here Monahan is a terrific sheik.
Yeah? How do you know, Gillis?
Well, every time I go out with a babe from the office here, she always slaps my face and says, "You're as bad as Sidney Monahan." You know, if it was my missus locked up 8 hours a day...
Listen, Gillis, I trust my wife.
Okay, don't get excited. I'm just making some insolent conversation. Hey, how come she ain't come out yet? It's after 1.
Oh, don't worry, she'll be here. She's probably just finishing some work. Peg wouldn't stand me up.
Well, I'll be going now, Sidney. I have a lunch date with Chester.
Okay, Peggy. Hey, no, I've been thinking. My father needs a man inside here to handle the furniture in the showroom. The job pays more, too. Maybe I could fix it for Riley.
Oh, Sidney, that'd be wonderful.
Well, listen, my father's home today. Let's run out there and ask him. He thinks a lot of you, too, Peggy.
Well, I'll have to tell Chester I'm going.
Oh, why not surprise him? If my father doesn't give him the job, he'd be disappointed.
Yes, that's right. Well, oh, Chester will forgive me. All right, let's go.
Come on. Out the back door.
Take me out to the ball game, Well, Riley, are you still here?
Yeah. Peg ain't come out yet.
Listen, it's almost 2 p.m. o'clock. That slave driver ain't got no right making your little wife wait past her lunch hour. Go in there and tell her to come out.
No, that's against the rules. I'm only a shipping clerk. The only time they let a shipping clerk come into the office was once last year when the boss needed a blood transfusion.
Go on, knock on the door. You afraid?
Who's afraid?
Knock louder.
No answer.
Kinda engrossed in their wait, ain't they?
Yeah. I don't like this. I'm going in there and disengross them. Peg, how long do you think you... Hey, they ain't here.
Boy, this is a nifty office. Look at that view you get from this way. Hey, Riley, come here, quick.
What's the matter?
That car coming in the front gate.
It's Monahan's. And Peg, she's with him.
That rat took your wife to lunch. She stood you up for him.
No, Peg wouldn't do that to me. Maybe it was just business.
Don't be a sap, Riley. They're pulling the wool off your eyes. This is the way it starts.
What starts?
First he takes her to lunch. Then he takes her to tea dances. Then state dinners. And then midnight smacks with lobster thermostat.
The beast wrecking my home.
Oh, Sidney, you're...
Then we're trapped. Quick, let's duck behind these filing cabinets.
Oh, Riley, I think...
Shh, quiet.
Oh, look, Sidney. We left in such a hurry you forgot to close the door to the ball.
Oh, so I did.
Oh, my. Look at the clock. We've been gone a long time.
Well, who cares? It was worth it, wasn't it?
I'll say it was.
Gillis, what was worth it?
Boy, I can hardly wait to see the look on Riley's face when I tell him he's through in that shipping room.
He's firing me.
Oh, it's wonderful of you to do this for me, Sidney.
Riley, She's stabbing you in the back. The same back she scratched for me when I had to hide.
You know what, Sidney? Now I'm going to quit work.
Of course. You can take life easy from now on, Peggy.
Who'll support her? Don't you get it, Riley? He's going to marry her. If he tries it, I'll make him pay me alimony.
Oh, you've been so sweet about everything. Oh, Sidney, I could just kiss you.
Well, if you insist, I don't mind.
Oh, you're drunk. How will I go?
Jester!
Riley!
Jester, you've been eavesdropping.
That's all right, Peg. I ain't blaming you. Monahan, put up your dukes.
Take it easy, Riley.
I'm coming at you, Monahan.
No, Riley, wait!
Oh, my jaw. He's using brass knuckles.
You ran into my elbow. Now, you get up off the floor and listen to me.
I listened enough. I won't stand in your way. I'll go.
Oh, wait, you big dope.
Don't try to stop me. I'm walking out and I'm never coming back. Goodbye. Forever.
Riley!
Holy smoke, he locked himself in the vault.
Oh, Sidney, quick, you'll suffocate in there. I'll open it.
I can't. Only my father knows the combination.
Oh, where am I?
Steady, old man. Steady. You're in good hands.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, Digger, what are you doing here?
I've been working over you for the last half hour. Now just lie there. I happened to be here in the showroom when they carried you in.
Oh, what happened?
You passed out and I brought you to. Frankly, it's a little out of my line.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. I shut myself up in a vault.
You shut yourself in a vault? Wait till my colleagues hear about this one.
Listen, Digger, where's Peg?
In the next room, having hysterics. But don't worry. The doctor is there.
Oh, poor Peg. Digger, I'm in an awful jam. It all started with our wedding anniversary.
Ah, wedding anniversaries. The first anniversary, the honeymoon isn't over. The flame of love burns brightly. The 10th anniversary, they're getting on each other's nerves. But the fire of love can still be rekindled. And then the 20th anniversary. The fire is full of clinkers. I adore anniversaries. They're so gay.
Well, mine wasn't. Now Peg's leaving me. Maybe if I had a better job, she'd come back.
A job? Why not come and work for me? I need someone to help me carry the burden.
No. You got enough people working for you.
Oh, nonsense. In my profession, we have a saying. There's always room for one more at the bottom.
Thanks, Digger, but I...
Chester! Oh, Chester!
Thanks.
Oh, Chester, darling, are you all right?
Oh, Peg, you're kissing me. You're still hysterical.
Oh, you big baby. Do you still love me?
Love you? Why, Peg, I'd die for you.
Well, then I'll see you later. Cheerio, Riley. I'd better be shoveling off.
But, Peg, I don't get it. You thank Sidney for firing me.
Firing you?
Yeah.
He's transferring you to a better job.
He is? Oh, that's great. Gee, Sidney's lovable. And don't you worry, Dumpling. I learned my lesson. I ain't jealous of Sidney no more. You can go right on working for him for the rest of your life.
No, I quit. You see, I've been feeling kind of funny lately, and the doctor said...
The doctor's right. Dumpling, I'm a brute. Letting my little wife work.
From now on, I'll support the two of us.
3 of us, Chester.
Peg, you're still dizzy. 1 and 1 makes 2.
Can't you guess what I'm trying to tell you? There's a... Well, soon there'll be a 3rd person coming to live with us.
Peg, you mean... Nothing doing. Monahan ain't moving in with us.
Oh, Chester, can't you... I'm going to have a baby.
A baby? A human baby?
Oh, yes, Chester.
Oh, wait, Peg. Darling, sweetheart. You mean we're going to have a baby? Our very own?
Yes, Chester. And I know he's going to look just like you.
What a revolting development this is. A baby? I got to get a doctor. Quick, everybody, call the baby. My wife's going to have a doctor.
Oh, Chester, stop!
Just, Peggy, darling, let me carry you.
Carry me? Where?
What, to the hospital?
Oh, Chester, not yet. Not until April.
April? Well, I'll get you a calendar so it don't slip your mind. Peggy, let's go out and celebrate. I'll borrow some dough and we'll have 3 steaks.
Oh, Chester, I can't eat more than 1.
Well, I can. In fact, it's my duty to keep up my strength. After all, now I'm eating for 2.
Riley's will be back in half a minute. Are your gums tender? Dental authorities say toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives only make things worse. So clean your teeth with non-abrasive Teal, the liquid dentifrice. That's T-E-E-L, Teal. Good for gums, grand for teeth.
Oh, well, that's about the whole story, Mr. Morgan. You can see how Riley managed...
Got the coat! Bill, did Peg tell you how neat I handled the situation about her working?
Yes, she did. And it certainly taught me a lesson. I'm going to make things up with Jenny right away.
That's it, Bill. Get married. Get married. It's the only thing for a man to do. You may not believe this, Bill, but statistics prove that out of 110 million married people, almost half of them are men.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendick Says Riley. Read how William Bendick leads the life of Riley in the Woman magazine on your newsstands now. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, the exciting news these days is Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, the first suds in history to wash even glasses so clean they positively sparkle whether you wipe them or not. You see, Dreft is different from any soap or soap flakes you ever used. It can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do.
Yes, and it's almost unbelievable the way Dreft cuts grease. It just seems to melt away.
Another thing, in water as hard as nails, Dreft makes suds instantly. Gives 5 times more suds than any soap you ever used.
Dreft is kind to my hands, too. It's just wonderful every way.
That's a fact. No soap in the world, no other suds of any kind, is the same as Dreft. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Get D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you the Life of Riley for laughs.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, publisher L. Edwards is still searching for the great American novel. But so far, his call to aspiring authors has brought forth no literary gems. Even the collected works of Llewellyn Snavely Gray failed to win the approval of the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company of Pine Ridge. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their jot-em-down store and library, looking over some of the manuscripts that have been submitted. Listen.
The romantic love life of Alice, the girl bookkeeper. Lord me, who sent in this manuscript, Lum?
Oh, Witter Abernathy sent that in, I think.
Witter Abernathy?
Yeah.
When did she get to be author? What's the story about, Lum?
Can't you tell by the name of it?
Huh?
She wrote 230 pages of nothing but slush and mush. Slush and mush, I call it.
Well, that's about what I'd figure she'd do. Now, reckon where she finds time to be a book writer with all them young'uns of hers to take care of.
Mm-hmm. She just don't take care of them, that's all. Lets them run wild.
Yeah.
All she does is just sit around all day thinking about stuff like the romantics of Irma the bookkeeper.
Alice.
Whatever her name is.
Well, are you going to publish the Widder's book, Lum?
Oh, of course not. It ain't no good.
Ain't, huh?
Besides, I said in that sign I put up out there in front that I wanted to get manuscripts from young, hopeful writers, not old women like the Widder.
Oh, you better not let her hear you call her old woman.
No.
Ain't no one thing that makes her madder than that.
Yeah, you know, it's a funny thing, Abner, but now every person that's turned in a manuscript is getting along in years.
Well.
Now, just looky here. Ira Hodgkins, Eugene Foster.
For the land's sake.
He wrote a lot of them smart cracks of his in his story.
He did, huh?
I just ignored him.
Why, sure.
And Miss Blevins' Uncle Fred.
Oh.
Old Jed Sumter. Grandpappy Spears.
Grandpap?
Why, sure.
What kind of a book did he write, for goodness sake?
Oh, it's just a bunch of prattle called Gilbert the Boy Checker Player.
For the land's sakes. I bound you he got that idea from that book over in the libraries he's been reading, that Gilbert the Boy Trapper.
Oh, of course he did. He ain't got no original ideas of his own.
No, and he don't know enough about playing checkers to be writing no book about it neither, I'll tell you that. I can beat that old feller with my eyes closed and both hands tied behind my back.
I don't know now. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I notice he generally beats you.
He don't do no such a thing. Just when he cheats is the only time.
Wait a minute. Let's not get into no argument.
I know that he don't beat me. I know that.
Let's see what other manuscripts have we got here. Here's one from... No, this ain't one.
What is it?
It's a bill from the wholesale house.
How?
They say they can't give us as long to pay up this time as they've been doing.
Huh.
We're supposed to send them a check right away.
Right away?
That's what it says.
Well, we ain't got enough money to pay it now, have we?
No. All we got in the cash drawer is $49.32, I counted a while ago. That ain't half enough.
Oh, no. Well, what are we going to do, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I reckon I'll just have to hurry up and start making money off my book publishing business. That's all I can figure out.
Well, that might take an awful long time, Lum. You ain't made nothing off of it so far.
Yeah, I know it. I reckon the best thing to do is just send them the $49.32 and tell them we'll send them the rest as soon as we can.
Well, what are we going to live on in the meantime?
Oh, well, we can always eat what we got in the store here. Wait a minute, was that our ring?
Huh?
Didn't you notice?
I never noticed. I never paid no attention. I was thinking about that bill from the wholesale house.
Well, if it ain't ours, I'll just listen in on somebody else. Hello, Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company. L. Edwards, president and publisher, talking.
What the bit of it? Hey, that's...
Uh-oh.
Well, there's Cedric. Well, howdy, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
It's wonderful world, Cedric.
Hey, looky here what I got.
Well, what is it, Cedric? Oh, that ain't a manuscript, is it?
No, Mama. I don't think it's one of them. I don't believe.
Well,
that's a relief.
Yeah.
My book publishing business is bad, but it ain't that bad.
Mom?
Oh, nothing. Tell us what it is you got there, Cedric.
Oh, it's...
Go on, go ahead.
I cannot tell you where I am, but I am getting along fine.
Well, good for Ernest.
We left... Well, that's funny. There's a hole in the paper here.
Hole in the paper?
Yeah. Don't tell where he left from.
Dog is long. We better send him some writing paper. You know what? Some it ain't got no holes in it.
Oh, I know what them holes is for. Papa says the censors cut them out of there on a purpose.
They did. Doggy, somebody ought to report them for that.
They oughtn't to do no such
Well, you
thing.
can't tell nothing about a letter with holes all through it that way long.
Them censors is supposed to do that.
Huh?
You see, they cut out everything they don't want the enemy to find out.
Well, Cedric ain't no enemy.
No, Mama, I ain't no enemy.
Why,
Honest
of
to
course
goodness,
he
I
ain't.
cross my heart and body.
Why, sure, I know you, Cedric. You ain't no enemy.
I know he ain't, but he might lose the letter and he might fall into the hands of some of our enemies.
Oh, is that some more than their military secrets?
I reckon so.
Well?
We left a hole in the paper.
Oh.
About 3 weeks ago and arrived here safe and sound.
Well?
There is a possibility that we may go on to hole in the paper.
Well, going right back where they started from.
I have gained some weight since I have been in the Army and feel just fine. But I sort of miss seeing you fellas.
Well, bless his heart. Bless his little heart.
I wish you would write me a letter and tell me all that's happening. You ought to do that, Cedric.
Yes, Mama, I'm aiming on it just as soon as I get somebody to help me.
How is Gomer Bates and Skinny Blevin this season? And did we beat Cherry Hill in the opening game?
No, tie, 43-43. Sort of a pitcher's battle, I reckon you'd call it.
Say hello to Mildred Barton.
Well, I do.
We have a new clubhouse that has just been built, and it does an awful lot to keep us fellows from getting too lonesome for home.
Well?
It was put up by the USO.
Put up by the USO?
That's what it said.
Well, ain't that what Miss Barton called up about a while ago?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Well, she ain't no carpenter, is she?
They show movies for us and get us books to read. And try to give us all the pleasures of a home.
Well?
We sure like it. You would be surprised what a change it has made in how all the fellows here feel.
Why, that must be an awful good thing, Lum.
Yeah, it must be all right.
Why, sure.
The only trouble is that our clubhouse is so new it don't have the furnishings and equipment that it needs. And I understand they will have to raise more money before they can get these things. I sure hope they can do it. Abner, get Miss Barton on the phone.
Huh?
Get Miss Barton on the phone and tell her we're making a contribution to the USO after all. And we're doing it right this minute.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's all the money we got right now, and we owe that.
I don't care. We're making a contribution anyway.
Yeah, but what about the wholesale house, old Lum? Ain't they liable to take our store if we don't pay them?
Listen, Abner, the best way of keeping our store and our homes and everything else we got is to give all the money we can to help take care of our soldier boys. Hurry up now. Call Miss Barton.
Yeah, I'll get her right now. Well, how much we going to contribute there, Lum?
Oh, $49.32.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Peter Lorre. To a lot of people, an auction sale is a very serious business. But to Andy, it's just another way of keeping himself occupied without resorting to that distasteful thing called work. Andy has just returned from one of these auctions now, and he's in his office talking to his friend Amos and the Kingfish.
So you've been at one of them auctions again, ain't you, son?
Yeah, but this time I done bought something.
What did you buy, Brother Andy?
I don't know, but I paid $5 for it.
Oh, $5?
Yeah.
How come you pay $5 for something that you don't know what is?
Well, Amos, you know how they works it at these auctions. You bids, you bids by nodding your head.
Uh-huh.
Well, the auctioneer man put this thing up just as I was dozing off, and He say, who'll bid $5? My head kind of dropped down. He say, you got it.
Yeah, and you done dozed yourself right out of $5 there. That's what you done.
Yeah. Hey, Lightner, bring it right in here.
Yeah, what has he got there? I'll help you with it, Lightning.
Set it right down here.
Y'all just kind of steady it there for me, Miss Amos, if you will.
Okay, Lightning, you can go now.
You promised to pay me 50 cents for this, Miss Andy.
Yeah, well, send me an itemized statement of the whole business.
But, Miss Andy, you can't itemize one item.
Andy, you mean to say you paid $5 for that old steamer trunk? What is in it?
Well, that's what I don't know. You see, fellas, instead of going to one of them regular auctions, I went to one of them railroad auctions where they sell what they call unclaimed baggage.
Oh, yeah, and I know what you mean, where you don't know what's inside or nothing, and neither do the railroad company.
Yeah, that's right. I ain't been able to open it yet because it's got them steel bands around it, and on top of that, it's locked and there ain't no key for it.
Mm-hmm. Tell me this, Andy. Why did you buy something like that? You ain't got so much money that $5 don't mean nothing to you. Wait a minute, though, Amos. You can't tell nothing yet till he opens the trunk. His whole future might be inside there.
Yeah, that's right, Amos. My whole future might be right in that steamer trunk. Who knows what's in there?
Well, it seems to me the thing to do, then, is to see what's inside the trunk.
Well, I don't know how we're going to get them steel bands off there and all that. I ain't got no tools for it.
Wait a minute, sir. How about taking the thing over to Fluky Harris's basement? He got a laboratory down there, you know, and he's an inventor, and he can most likely invent a way to open the trunk.
Yeah, come on, Kingfish. We'll carry it over there. Lightning, you stay here in the office and hold down the fort.
Yeah, sir, Miss Andy.
Because I'm going to be busy with this thing for a while, so if anybody comes in with any business deals or anything, why, Lightning, you tell them that you don't know where I is. How you coming there, Fluky?
I'm coming along pretty good with the thing, Miss Andy. Listen, Fluky, we ain't paying you, for the time that you were spending on hammering your thumb there. Yeah, well, I think I got it here, fellas. All I got to do now is a little prying here. Yeah, there we is. That's got it.
Yeah, boy, that was some job.
Now, what about the lock?
Yeah, can you open that, Fluky?
Yeah, well, I'll try. Kingfish, look in my scientific equipment there in the box and see if you can find me a hairpin.
Oh, please pardon me. I say, please pardon me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, yes.
Is this Mr. Brown's office?
Yes, sir. Did you want to see somebody?
Oh, I'm so sorry to have awakened you.
Oh, that's all right. I was going to wake up later anyhow.
Is this Mr. Andrew Brown's office?
Yes, sir, yes, sir. This is his office, but he ain't here right now.
My name is Peter Lorre.
I didn't get the name. What is it again?
Well, it's unimportant, but I would like to see Mr. Brown about a steamer trunk. One that has metal bands around it.
Well, he wouldn't be interested in that, I'm sure, because he bought one just like that this morning. He don't want
Yes, that's the one I wish to see him about.
Yeah, well, I don't think he'd be interested in selling it neither, because I hear him say that his whole future lies in that trunk.
And it so happens that my whole future lies in that trunk, too.
There sure is a lot of futures in there, ain't it?
Do you know where I can find Mr. Brown?
No, sir, I don't know where you can find. Miss Brown left here a while ago with the trunk to see if he could get them bands off and see what was in the thing.
Young man, that trunk must not be opened. And for the safety of all concerned, it would pay you to find Mr. Brown. Oh, please pardon me, but I cannot stress too strongly the importance of finding him at once. And when you find him, I would suggest that you tell him that it would be advisable, and I'm willing to...
Fluky, you ain't getting nowhere with that hairpin.
Yeah, Fluky, ain't you got a skeleton hairpin round here that will fit any lock?
Well, I tell you, fellas, I'm doing the best I can. Don't forget that the whole principle of a lock is to keep people out. And it just so happens that this lock is making a good job of it.
Oh, look, Kingfish, maybe you better go out and get a locksmith somewhere.
All right, Ander. That's what I'll do. I'll go out and try to dig up one. See you in a little while, fellas. I'll get on up the steps.
Be sure to get a good locksmith, too.
Well, Lightning, what you doing over here?
I was just going down to see in Fluky's basement. Is Mr. Andy down there with Fluky?
Yeah, he's down there. What you want to see him about, Lightning?
Well, a man come to the office to see him about the trunk. There's some important stuff. I got to tell Mr. Andy about it right away.
Oh, there is, huh? Now, don't rush. Just take it easy. What you got to tell him?
Well, the man say that the trunk belonged to him, and he'd been away for a long time, and he went down to the railroad station to claim it, and he found out that Mr. Andy done bought it at auction, and he said that he'll give Mr. Andy $50 for the trunk, and Mr. Andy must not open up the trunk or he won't give him nothing. And he give me his address where Mr. Andy can take the trunk tonight and get $50, and I guess that's all he say.
Well, sure is interesting, Lightning. Want to give Andy $50 for the trunk, huh? What is the man's name and address?
Well, I didn't get his name, but here's his address fit on a piece of paper right here.
Thank you, Lightning. I'll tell Andy about it.
Wait a minute, though. I was supposed to find Mr. Andy and tell him right away. He got to be told fast.
Yeah, I know he's got to be told fast, but you is a slow talker, and that's the trouble. Yeah, I ought to be the one to tell him, because I was a fast talker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. Yeah, I can rattle that stuff off. I really rattles it off.
Yes, sir. That sure was fast, all right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can talk even faster than that. But wouldn't be no point to it. You see, Leighton, I can talk 178 words a minute, but Andy can only listen 112.
Well, I sure would like to tell him myself.
No, Leighton, no, don't do that. Listen, I got a better idea. Let me copy this down, that address there. I'll copy this down here, this address that you give me here, you see. Now, here, you take it, too. Here it is. Now, you go to the man's place here and tell the man that Andy will be up with the trunk tonight unopened.
All right, Brother Kingfish. I'll tell the man.
$50, huh? Well, boys, no luck. Just down to the drugstore, phoned 5 locksmiths. Couldn't find none of them in nowhere.
Oh, no luck, huh? That's great.
Say, Andy, I wonder if you'd mind going up the steps with me. I want to talk to you private and confidential and under your hat. Yeah. Just take a second or two.
Yeah, well, I don't mind. Excuse us, Fluky, will you?
Oh, yes, sir, that's all right. I'll just put her around here in the basement and invent something. I'll be here when you all come back.
What you want to speak to me about, Kingfish?
Well, now, Andy, we has always been partners in just about everything. But about this trunk deal, frankly, old pal, I kind of feel left out of things.
Yes, huh?
Yeah, I don't have that partnership feeling that we usually have together. Now, why don't you let me put up $2.50, Andy, and let me buy half interest in this thing with you?
Well, if you really want...
It's a deal. Now, look here. We'll draw up the agreement right now. Now, I got a fountain pen right here. Here's some paper on this table right here. Sit down over here. Come over here and sit down. Come over here.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, now, sit right down. Now, of course, we want to make this thing legal.
Oh, yeah, sure, we got to do that.
Yeah, I'll just write at the top of the paper here, State of New York, November the 5th, 1943. Do that sound legal so far?
Yeah, that's, we is within the law there. Hey, what is you making all them lines on the paper there for?
Just drawing some lines on there. Now, there we is. Now, at the top of the contract, for the first inch, we'll do that party of the first part stuff.
Check.
Then we'll take the next 2 inches for the ipso factors and the null and voids and all them things. And another 2 inches for the extra clauses and the loopholes. Now, let me see here. Well, that leaves us about 3 inches for the sealing wax and the ribbon.
Yeah, that'll make a nice-looking contract, all right.
Yeah, you're right. Something to be proud of. Now, let's start writing the thing here. I say here at the beginning of it, I, George Stevens, being the party of the first part.
Wait a minute. I ain't playing no second party to no party or no first part.
Well, Andy, I gotta be the party of the first part.
Hold it right there. I is going to be the party of the first part.
You will?
Yeah, I is.
Now, wait a minute here. Well, Andy, I was very happy that these contracts is all drawn up and signed.
Yeah, read me that stuff up in the beginning again, will you, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, start of the contract. Say here, Andrew H. Brown and George Stevens both being party of the first part. That's what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear right there.
All right, Andy, now look here. I'll give you $2.50. Here you is. Now, here is your signed copy, and here is mine.
Okay. Now, let's get back down in the basement and see what we can do about opening that trunk.
Oh, Brother Andy, I'm glad you mentioned that. Partner dear, there's something I forgot to tell you. It just slipped my mind.
Yeah. I got a feeling that I just bought $2.50 worth of bad news.
Oh, no, it's good news, Andy, good news. Oh, yeah. Now, listen. The man that owns the trunk is done traced it to us and is done offered us $50 for it. Funny how those things like that can slip my mind.
Yeah, it is. Kept right on slipping, too, till after the contract was signed. Kingfish, you done pulled a fast one on me.
Oh, now, Brother Andy, don't say that to me. Don't hurt my feelings. Oh, you know how senseless I is. Just tell me, how can a partnership last when one partner talks to another one that way? And on top of that, you ain't never gonna regret this, Andy, because I'm gonna tell you something. I done already figured out a way how we gonna get more than $50 for the trunk.
Yeah? Let me ask you one question, Kingfish.
What is it, partner dear?
How come that you remembered all this when I say something about opening that trunk?
Oh, there's another thing that I want to tell you. The man will only give us the money if he gets the trunk back unopened.
Unopened. That's a funny thing, ain't it?
Now listen. Listen to your partner. Look here. We gonna take the trunk up to the man tonight. But first, we is going up to your room at the boarding house and get dressed up. 'Cause I is got an idea.
The Kingfish and Andy have dressed up in their best clothes and are now taking the trunk to the man's apartment.
This is the apartment right here, Andy.
Yeah, you know, I was getting kind of nervous.
Now, just calm yourself, Andy. There's nothing to be worried about. Lightning say that this man is such a nice, polite, sweet gentleman. Yeah, Lightning say that he would always say stuff like, if you don't mind, and pardon me, and I'm sorry to trouble you. Oh, boy, we really gonna push him around.
Yeah, well, I'll ring the doorbell.
Yeah, now remember, when we go in here and see him, act like we is rich men. Like $50 don't mean nothing to us.
Okay, Kingfish, I got the idea.
And try not to laugh when I start making a sucker of the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Won't you come in?
Oh, yeah. Get a hold of one end of the trunk there, will you, Andy?
Yeah.
Oh, you can put it right there, if you please. Won't you sit down?
Oh, well, we can't stay too long. We're going to a big cafe. Each one of us is going to have a $2 supper with all the trimmings. And we always leave a big tip for them, too. Oh, yeah, we really kick money around.
Yeah, we even check our hats with the hat check, yeah.
Well, I'm sure our business won't take long.
Oh, yeah, nice little apartment you got here. You don't mind if I smoke a big, expensive 25-cent cigar, do you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, this is a nice room you got here. Nice decorations you got on the wall there, too. Tell me this, mister. Is them real guns hanging up there?
Well, they shoot bullets, if that is what you mean.
Do you ever shoot one of them guns?
Oh, occasionally.
What'd you shoot at? Them targets with the round circles on them, a little bit of hole in the middle?
No. I don't shoot at that kind of target.
What do you do then? Stick tin cans on the fence and pop them off, that kind of stuff?
No, I do not pop off cans.
Then maybe go out and shoot birds, huh?
No, I don't shoot birds, sir. Birds have a right to live.
No, yeah. What else is there to shoot?
Oh, there are things.
Wait a minute. We is in the right place here, ain't we? I just want to ask you, mister, you is the sweet man, ain't you? The one to say please all the time, sorry to trouble you, pardon me and all that stuff? You sure got a nice, comfortable place here, all right. I can see that you kind of take life easy, don't you, mister?
Yes, I take life very easy.
Yeah, right. Just one more question I want to ask you. You know how people is always joking. You was kind of a kid, ain't you? You know what I mean? A lot of things you say don't mean... you joke a lot and all that stuff, don't you?
Well, I do have my lighter moments.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Now, let's get down to business.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. Of course, I assume you haven't opened the trunk.
No, sir. No, sir. We don't know what's in there.
Very good. Now, according to our agreement, I'll pay you $50 and you leave the trunk here.
Oh, just a minute now, Mother. Just a minute there. Hold yourself there. We is done seed by now, and you is done seed that we is rich men. Now, after all, we is going to have the $2 supper after we leave here, and they're going to smoke another 25-cent cigar.
What are you trying to say?
We just trying to tell you that $50 don't mean nothing to rich men like us.
Oh, I can see you want more money.
Yes, sir. We want $65.
All right, I'll be very happy to pay you $65.
In that case, we want $75.
All right, let's make it $75.
Yeah, we want $100. We want $100.
I do not like bickering. Disturbs me.
Well, now, wait just a minute here. This is a free country, and we as American citizens, and we got a right to bicker if we want to bicker. Yeah, we want $100.
And I must ask you again not to bargain with me, because it sometimes makes me do things that I'm very often sorry for.
Well, we is standing our ground. $65 or nothing.
Then it will be nothing.
Brother, and I think we got a little ground to spare. We can back up there a little bit, yeah. Let's make it 50. Yeah.
Well, that was our original agreement.
Yeah.
If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll get the money out of my desk here.
Okay. Say, mister, you know I got awful thirsty in the last 5 minutes. Can I get a drink of ice water around here? I'm kind of hot, too.
Oh, you may go back in the kitchen and you'll find ice cubes in the icebox.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, sir. That's $50 that you was getting there. Is that right, mister?
Yes, it is. And I know that you would rather have it in cash than a check.
Oh, yes, sir. Cash don't keep bouncing back on you. Yeah.
That's very true, and it's very fortunate.
Don't make a move, anybody. We're police officers. Keep them covered, boys.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Never mind the small talk, Laurie. We finally caught up with you in that trunk. Put the cuffs on him, Joe.
Wait a minute now, gentlemen. Look here. Now, don't try to revolve me in this thing. I give you my word, mister. I don't even know what's in the trunk.
But we know. There's $200,000 worth of stolen negotiable securities in there. We knew it was in there the day it was checked at the depot. And we've been waiting a year and a half for the owner to claim it.
Year and a half for a policeman? Very clever.
When the trunk wasn't claimed, we let the auction go through, and we knew that the owner wouldn't be far away.
Yeah, but mister, I was innocent. I tell you, I didn't know none of this stuff. I didn't even know what was in the trunk.
We know that.
Yeah, so that's the truth, mister. The way the things stand now, I got $2.50 invested in that trunk.
Well, I guess you're just out $2.50.
Excuse me a minute. I just want to go back in the kitchen.
All right, come on, boys. Let's take a look around the room here before we get going.
Oh, what a pal was Mary. Brother Andy, ain't you got that glass of water yet?
Oh, I having trouble with these ice cubes. I done busted my fingernail and everything else. You want a glass?
No, thank you. Partner, dear, there's something that I want to talk to you about. My conscience has been gnawing at me.
Oh, sure enough? About what?
It's been saying to me, Kingfish, you ain't got no right to half interest in that $50. That money ought to all belong to Andy.
No fooling. Is that what your conscience has been saying to you?
Yeah, Andy, sometime I do believe that my conscience thinks more of you than it do of me.
Yeah, well, tell you the truth about this thing, you really is done pulled a fast one on me this afternoon.
Yeah, I know I done pulled one on you, Andy, and that's why I want to unpull it right now. I got my contract. Is you got your contract with you?
Yeah, sure, I got it right here.
Give me that. We'll tear them both up. Yeah, now, of course, you got to give me my $2.50 back so everything be level and even and all that stuff. We won't be fair about the thing, you know.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, I'll give you that right now. Here it is. There's 1, 2.5.
Thanks, Andy. I feel a lot better now.
Yeah, I do, too. I ain't even thirsty no more. Come on, let's get back in the parlor.
Okay, ex-partner, dear. You come right on here.
You know, Kingfish, you was a pretty good pal after all. I would say that you... hey, what is those cops doing in there? Where's they going with the man in the trunk?
Brother Andy, I was glad you mentioned it. I forgot to tell you, it must have just slipped my mind. You say you ain't got no idea, Amos, why they wanted Andy to come down here to the police station, is you? No, I ain't. They just told me to come down and told him to come, and he asked me to come with him, and they say for him to come down as fast as he could, so I come down with him here. He's in the room there now with the police, I think. When I heard that y'all was down here, I figure I better come right over here, too, to make sure that Andy don't tell him that I know nothing about this trunk mess. Oh, in other words, Kingfish, you want to make sure that you is clear of the thing, don't you? Yeah. I don't want to be implicated with that trunk. Of course, if Andy go to jail on account of it, I'll be glad to visit him and bring him some hot soup and things like that, you know. Yeah, I know. Look, here comes Andy out the room now. Yeah, maybe they're going to let him come out and say goodbye to us.
Well, hello, fellas. Hello there.
Listen, Brother Andy, you didn't revolve me in this thing, did you?
Oh, no. You was in the clear, Kingfish.
Oh, that's great. I know that you would protect me. Say, wait a minute. What is that money you got there in your hand?
Ex-partner, dear. I am glad you mentioned that. But the reason I come down here was to collect this reward. It must have just slipped my mind.
Be sure to join us next Friday night at this same time when the makers of the new Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show, and at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest Mr. Lionel Barrymore. Till then, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, thanking Peter Lorre for appearing with us tonight, and bidding all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people.
AM. George Burns and Gracie Allen, Artie Shaw and his orchestra. For singing glee, we're the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Yes, sirree, folks. It's Burns and Allen night at your house. Another gay show and a swell suggestion for an easy summer supper that will give your family or guests plenty to eat. Get a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Spam is tender, juicy, delicious meat, all ready to eat the minute you zip open the can. Slice this grand-tasting meat and serve with a mound of potato salad nestled in crisp, chilled lettuce, tomato stuffed with cottage cheese, or with a cool vegetable salad. It's hearty enough to please the huskiest He-Man appetite. And Spam saves kitchen time. No fuss, no bother. Ask your food dealer for Spam tomorrow. Then surprise your family with taste-tempting Spam and salad. And try the other easy recipes on the label. You'll find you can fry Spam, dice it, slice it, bake it. Because cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. And here are those two delightful people, the stars of our show, George and Gracie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, what did you do yesterday?
I went to Catalina.
Oh, did you go alone?
Well, naturally.
Well, that's fine.
But can I have my compact back? It's in your pocket.
Oh, so you were there alone?
Well, here, Gracie, which one is yours?
Oh. Finally got ourselves a romantic kid on the show.
Oh, he's a regular Casanova.
You mean Casanova?
George, when I kiss him, they're caving over.
Oh, yes, caving over.
Get it?
Yeah, this is my smart week this week.
Oh, say, George. Hey, George, would you come here a moment, please?
Oh, gladly, Buck.
Say, George, I'd like to work with Gracie. It looks so easy.
It does, huh? Would you like to try it?
Would I? Oh, boy. Well, how do I start?
Well, all you've got to do is walk up to Gracie and say, "How was your brother?" Then she talks for about 5 years.
All I say is, "How is your brother?"
Yes, but Bud, I've got a little TL for you.
Yeah?
In case you get in trouble, and there is a slight possibility.
Yeah?
Just sing Nola.
Nola?
Yeah, you know, daddly-doo, dee-doo, dee-doo.
Oh, well, then I start by saying, "Gracie, how's your brother?"
Go right ahead.
Okay.
I'll be standing right here. Take it nice and easy, Bud.
Yeah. Gracie?
Yeah?
Gracie, how's your brother?
Oh, the most terrible thing happened last night.
Did?
We were awakened in the middle of the night, and there was my brother sitting up in bed, and his eyes were sticking out of his head.
His eyes were sticking out of his head. Well,
Yeah.
What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor, of course.
Well, what did the doctor do?
Well, he took Ann Sheridan's picture off the wall, and we all went back to sleep again.
Gracie, where is your brother now?
Oh, he's in the east. He went to see that prize fighter, you know, the one who fights without any clothes on.
There's a prize fighter who fights without any clothes on?
Yeah, that's what my brother said in his letter. Just saw Galento fight there.
Well, Gracie, what does your brother do for a living?
Oh, he's very wealthy.
Oh, yes.
He has 2 cars, lots of clothes, and he goes to Palm Springs for the winter and Lake Arrowhead for the summer.
Well, what does he do for a living?
Oh, he's a son-in-law.
Gracie, what did your brother do before that?
Oh, he was married before, you know. He's the one who was a knife thrower in vaudeville, and his wife was his assistant.
Oh, he used to throw knives at his wife.
Uh-huh. But one day before he went on the stage, he had a little too much to drink.
Well, what happened?
He got married again.
Well, Gracie, your brother, he sounds like quite a character.
Oh, he is. You know, when he was a little boy, he played a trick on my father. He switched the hot and cold faucet in the bathtub.
Was your father angry?
No, but he will be when he finds out.
Gracie, is that the brother with the scar on his neck?
Oh, yes, the appendicitis scar.
Appendicitis scar? Appendicitis is way down on the side of the stomach, you
Yeah,
see.
I know, but he was so ticklish they had to
Right up here, yes, I thought so. Bud, are you happy?
No.
I thought so. Well, here are the smoothies.
Hello, Spam.
Well, it's very pretty.
Oh,
but
beautiful.
Yes, it's really something. Smoothies, can't you say anything without swinging like that?
Surely, George. Anyone can do it, nothing to it. Spam, jam, high diddle did. Now we're driving, so take it, kid.
Oh, stop with that. Take it. I used to be a dancer, and every time I hear "Take It, Kid," I go right into my dance.
Oh, sure. You know, George used to dance for a living.
Did he make much money?
10 cents a dance.
I used to wear a bathing suit. I was Jansen with tears in my eyes. Well, never mind. Now the Smoothies are going to sing the Woodpecker song. Just a minute, Smoothies. Come in.
This is what I do for a living.
Hello, everybody. Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Say, sound man, stop slamming the doors. You're going to break down the whole building. I know you're a very intellectual fella because you told me last week you went 4 years to Harvard. And if you think that being a sound man is beneath your dignity, why don't you go back to your family?
Mr. Burns, I have two brothers. When my older brother graduated from Harvard, the dean told him he'd become a great scientist. He later won the Nobel Prize.
I see.
When my other brother graduated from Harvard, the dean told him he'd be a great playwright. He later won the Pulitzer Prize.
That's so.
When I graduated from Harvard, the dean said that I showed more promise than both my brothers put together. That was 10 years ago.
This is what I do for a living.
Say, sound man, I really feel sorry for you, but don't give up. After all, someday you may be like me.
George, don't discourage him.
Don't think I've got any talent, huh? Bubbles, what do you want?
Well, Gracie, you know, today is your grandfather's birthday. He's 92 years old. Yeah, I know. I got him a gift order.
You did? Mm-hmm. What is the gift?
2 lessons from Madame Lozanga.
It's 6 lessons from Madame Lozanga.
Oh, he'll never last that long.
If I know your grandfather, neither will Madame Lozanga.
Well, anyway, Gracie, tonight we're giving him that surprise party. And in order to get him out of the house, I had a promise to take him down to Earl Carroll's Vanities. Well, did you take him there? No. I took him up to Mount Wilson Observatory, and he spent 2 hours looking through their giant telescope.
What about Earl Carroll's Vanities?
Well, what do you think he was looking at?
Where's the kid now?
He's downstairs in the car. Oh, well, send him up, and we'll keep him here until the party tonight. All right, goodbye.
4 years in Harvard.
Oh, quiet.
Oh, now listen, everybody. After the show, you're all invited to my grandpa's surprise party. Oh, we're going to have more fun, and there's going to be a big cake with 6 candles on it, and...
6 candles?
Uh-huh.
Your grandfather is 92 years old.
Yeah, but the cake is only 6.
Oh, I see. It's the cake's birthday, too. Smoothies, you're waiting.
He's up each morning bright and early to wake up all the neighborhood, to bring to every boy and girlie his happy serenade on wood. Hear him picking out a melody, peck, peck, pecking at the same old tree. He's as happy as a bumblebee all day long. You serenade your lady, just find a tree that's shady. And when you hear that tick, 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 sing right along. Come on and try his rhythm, and let your heart beat with him. Just listen to that tick, 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 happy little woodpecker song. Listen, peck, 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 peck. All together, let your heart beat in rhythm to the woodpecker song. He's up each morning bright and early to wake up all the neighborhood, to bring every boy and girlie his happy serenade on wood. Picking out a melody, pecking at the same old tree, happy as a bumblebee all day long. To serenade your lady, tree that's shady. And when you hear that tick, 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 sing along. Come on and try his rhythm, and let your heart beat with him. And when you hear that tick, 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 happy little woodpecker song, just hear him peck, 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 just hear him tick, tick, tick. He's up each stone with a song. Woodpecker, woodpecker song. He heads like a heifer, heifer heads like a pepper, step, step, steps like a stepper. Woodpecker, woodpecker song.
Well, kids, that was really a grand number.
You liked it, George? We're glad you did. But now's your chance, so take it, kid. Yes, sir.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Stop with that take it, kid. You know I can't keep my fist up. But it does bring back memories of Orville. I can see my building right now in front of the theater. George Burns and Gurley. Fantastic steppers. What a vehicle. Remember, Gracie, how I used to jump 4 feet in the air and click my heels?
Oh, yeah. And Variety said that was the only thing in the act that clicked.
Say, wait a minute. Burns and Gurley was the name of the dancing act. Who was Gurley?
May Robeson.
All right, Gracie. So we're all invited to your grandfather's 92nd birthday party tonight, huh?
Oh, George, please. Don't ever let my grandpa hear you say he's 92.
Why not?
Well, he goes around telling everybody he's only 90.
Gracie, remember my birthday party last year?
Oh, sure.
Remember the birthday cake?
Yeah, with 30 candles on it.
Oh, there were a few more than that.
Not on the piece I had.
Say, George,
yes.
I don't know about your age, but you certainly know how to wear clothes.
Well, thanks.
That blue suit with that red tie certainly is a swell combination.
Oh, thanks, Bud.
It's like Spam with chili sauce.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Bud.
I've listened to you on the radio month in and month out, and you're really great all year round.
Oh, thanks, Bud.
Like Spam, it keeps so well. Doesn't need any refrigeration.
Thanks, Bud.
At a dinner table, there's nothing more beautiful. What coloring. How enticing and so pretty.
Oh, thanks, Bud.
I don't mean you.
Oh, I know you mean Spam.
Oh, I mean Hedy Lamarr.
Oh. Well, of course, that's a swell dish, too.
I'm crazy about Spam.
Oh, Bud.
Say, Bud.
What is it, Gracie?
Give George back his compact.
Oh, quiet.
Which one is yours,
Oh,
George?
quiet. Hello? Just a minute. Gracie, it's for you.
Hello. This is Gracie Allen, Stan's meatheart speaking.
Oh, meatheart instead of sweet.
Oh, hello, Bessie. How are the preparations for Grandpa's surprise party coming along? What? You burned the rice pudding? Oh, there's nothing to be worried about? You put ungantine on it?
That ought to help there.
Oh, what? Oh, don't worry. When Grandpa arrives, we'll keep him here. Now, I can't hear you, Bessie. Talk into the mouthpiece. What? You took the mouthpiece off the phone? Oh, you're using it as a cookie cutter for cupcakes.
Oh.
What?
Have a little trouble there.
Well, why can't you hear me? Well, hold the receiver closer to your ear. Oh, you're mashing potatoes with it.
Sort of be some party, boy.
Say, Bessie, what are you using for a centerpiece on the table? What, Swiss cheese?
Swiss cheese? That ought to make a beautiful centerpiece.
Oh, sure. She puts the flowers in the little hole.
Oh, very nice arrangement.
Yeah. What, Bessie? You only have a dozen doilies? Oh, that'll never be enough. I can eat that many myself.
They're delicious with paper napkins.
Say,
Always
Bessie, what about the boiled duck? How's it coming along? What? You can't keep any water in the pot? Why not? Oh, the duck keeps drinking it.
You mean the duck is living?
If you call that living.
Well, let's break this up. This is... Artie Shaw, what are you going to play tonight?
For George, we've got a new and little different arrangement of April showers.
Soy maestro, mejor no vamos a... No me gusta ese número, tocamos otra cosa.
Okay, Senor Lee.
Gracias.
Okay, George, I guess we'll have to play Alice Blue Gown.
I see. Just because your South American guitar player, Senor Lee, who can't even speak a word of English, doesn't happen to like April showers, you're not going to play it.
That's right.
But the April Showers is a beautiful number. Oh, when April showers will come your way. They bring flowers that are glowing red.
George.
And when it's
George.
George. Oh, yeah.
George,
Yes,
is that April Showers?
Certainly.
No, I don't like it either.
You don't like it?
That's right.
Boy, I must really be lousy.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, Artie, play Alice Blue Gown.
Okay, my sweet little Alice Blue Gown. Hey, Senor Lee, wait for your cue. What are you starting so soon for?
Hurry up, I got a date. He's got a date.
George, please, this is my problem. All right, boys, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, Senor Lee, we're doing a broadcast. It's Monday. We're on the air, and we must be finished before Friday.
Tú no te metes conmigo porque mi jefe es ese, ¿verdad?
Take it easy. I can't understand what you're saying.
Foreigner.
Foreigner? Look, Artie, I've got a T.O. for you. If you don't get rid of that guy, I'm going to get rid of you.
Now you're cooking with gas.
Senor Lee, I've had about enough out of you. I'm the boss of this program, and I expect to be on this show for many years.
Si caes a todos como me caes a mí con esos chistes malos, yo creo que no va a estar por tantos años.
What did he say?
Don't send out your laundry.
All right, Artie. Alice Blue Gown.
Say, Gracie, can I borrow you for a moment?
Will you pay me back?
Yes. First, I want to tell you what every woman should know. Now, you and I have a date, Gracie.
Where are we going?
Follow me. Now, here we are standing in your nearest food store.
Oh, it certainly was near.
Now, do you see those cans of Spam on the shelf?
Yes.
Well, take one and look at this sentence on the label.
Pork shoulder meat with hand meat added.
Mm-hmm. Now, there is the secret of Spam's goodness and quality. Spam is not only a pure pork product, but is a perfect blend of the choicest cuts. Pork shoulder, the juiciest, sweetest meat, combined with ham meat, well known for tenderness and flavor. Hormel is proud to tell you right on the label of the Spam can exactly what Spam is made of. And when you take home a can of Spam, you give your family delicious, tender meat everyone will say is swell. Try one new way to serve Spam this week. Use the easy recipes you'll find on the label. You'll discover you can fry Spam for breakfast, serve it cold for lunch just as it comes from the can, or bake Spam whole for dinner. I'll get a supply tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam.
Well, I'll do it.
Slice it, dice it, try it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Nicely done. Artie, I really loved Alice Bluegown. But the thing I enjoy most is when you pick up that clarinet. You're really swinging. You're just jiving there.
Yeah, that's sure. When he swings it, he's right in the grave.
In the grave? Senor Lee, you mean in the groove?
Yes, senor. In the grave means I'm dead, buried, finished. That's right.
A million guitar players of the Union, and I had to wind up with this one.
Yeah, George,
What is it?
come here.
Oh, secret.
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah, I found out plenty about that Senor Lee. I had dinner with a certain party last night, and all he spoke about was Senor Lee.
Well, who did you have dinner with?
Senor Lee.
You had dinner with Senor Lee?
That's right.
Stop with that. That's right. I don't want to hear any more. That's right. I've had enough of that's right.
That's right.
Oh, quiet.
And George,
What is it?
I heard that every day Artie Shaw goes down to the drugstore and drinks a malted milk through his clarinet.
A malted milk through his clarinet?
Uh-huh.
How did that leak out?
Through the hole.
Well, that's the last straw.
4 years and a half.
Quiet. Well, Gracie, look who's here.
Well, don't tell me it's my grandpa.
Well, I ain't a bag of flour, but I've been through the mill. Yahoo! Pick me up, Grace.
Well, he practically fainted. How do you revive him?
Well, just fan him.
Fan him with what?
There's Dorothy Lamour. Yahoo! Pick me up, Grace.
Dorothy Lamour?
Yeah, I was out with Dorothy Lamour, and she kissed me.
She kissed you?
Oh, yes, George. And they were very happy, the four of them.
Four of them?
Yes, Dorothy, Grandpa, and the two men who held them up.
Yeah, sticks and stones may break my bones, but she's just the one that can do it. Yeah.
Hold your hats, boys. There he goes again.
Pick me up, Grace.
Come on, Grandpa. Get up on your feet and stay there.
Mr. Burns.
No, it's the sound man. What do you want?
An old man, 92 years old, does nothing all day long but run around with Dorothy Lamour.
So what?
This is what I do for a living.
Sound man, this may surprise you, but you're not the only one on this program with a brain.
Oh, thanks, George.
You're welcome.
Grandpa, I want you to meet the cast. Now, this is Bud Houston, our announcer.
Well, hello, Grandpa.
Well, hello, buddy boy. I'm an announcer, too.
An announcer?
Yeah, an announcer to a maiden's prayer. Ain't that a
Gracie, what does this grandpa of yours want?
Well, he'd like to be 65, and then 21, and then 65, and then 21, then 65,
and then 21. Well, what is that for?
Well, he wants to be old enough to get Social Security and young enough to enjoy it.
That's nice work if you can get it.
Oh, well, Grandpa, these are the smoothies.
These are the smoothies? Well, blow me down.
Hello.
Darned if they didn't. Pick me up, Grace.
Gracie.
Yeah, what is it?
I want to ask you something. What happens at home with this young George Alice?
Oh, my grandma has a terrific time between him and the furnace.
Between your grandpa and the furnace?
Yeah, every time she watches one, the other goes out.
Well, I've had enough.
Oh, Artie, I want you to meet my grandpa. Grandpa, Grandpa, where are you? Come here.
Be with you in a minute, Grace. So long, kid.
So long, honey.
Well, here comes, love comes to Andy hardening of the arteries. Waited for 4 days.
Grandpa, this is Artie Shaw.
Hello, Grandpa.
Hiya, Corny.
I'm corny.
That's right. Senor Lee, if you don't stop butting in, I'll have to punch you in the nose.
Anybody show their face around here and say that? I kill him.
Well, why don't you kill me?
You call that a face?
Get out, get out.
This is what I do for a living.
Hey, sound man. You see, most of us do things that we don't want to do for a living. Take me, for instance. When I started out, I worked very hard. And after many years, I finally clicked. I don't know what it is. Maybe it was an accident.
Mr. Burns, the reason for your success is that you have something that nobody else has got.
Really?
Where did you get Miss Allen?
I got a TL for you. Grandpa, get away from those drums. Gracie, surprise party or no surprise party? Do we have to keep him here?
Oh, George, you'll spoil the whole thing.
There's no any way that we can quiet this old guy?
Well, do what we do at home.
Well, what do you do at home?
Well, we just give him pictures of glamour stars and bathing beauties, and he sits in a rocking chair and sings.
Well, what does he sing?
Wishing will make it so.
Well, he certainly picked out a nice number.
Hey, Grandpa, give me back my clarinet.
Here you are, Artie boy.
Wait a minute, Grandpa. Take your teeth.
Gracie, will you talk to him?
Oh, yeah, Grandpa, you're going to need them for the surprise party I'm giving you tonight.
You gave away the whole thing.
Well, say, Grace, I can't make it tonight. Kind of got a date with Greta Garbo.
Greta Garbo? 92-year-old guy like you has got a date with Greta Garbo? Hello?
That's right.
While we're waiting for George and Gracie to return, let me suggest an easy way to give your family a grand summer supper. Serve Spam and salad. Get a can of Spam when you shop tomorrow. Open and slice this tender, delicious meat, a perfect companion for your favorite salad. You'll say it's great, too, because Spam is economical to use, so easy to fix. Surprise your family with Spam and salad tomorrow.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Oh, good night. Oh, George.
Yeah?
George, look at the lovely roses Ray Noble just sent me.
Ray Noble?
Uh-huh.
Oh, where are the flowers?
Oh, right here in the package of seeds.
Good night, all.
Listen again next Monday night, same time and station, for another George Burns, Gracie Allen production with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Good night.